So here we are on Hudayriyat Island, home to HERO Abu Dhabi, making history as the first ever UCI cross-country event. And we've got a challenging course ahead of the elite riders. Let's have a look at it.
Welcome to the United Arab Emirates and to Abu Dhabi HERO at Hudayriyat Island and the X-Trail circuit. This is a completely man-made, created circuit for road bikes and, of course, for mountain bikes. And we are hosting the very first HERO Abu Dhabi here at Hudayriyat Island today with some of the world's greatest mountain bikers at cross-country. This is also a qualifying event for the Olympics. 5.4 kilometers is the circuit. There's 70 meters of climbing. 6 laps for the women, whose race is coming up very shortly. That's a very sunny picture out there at Hudayriyat Island, but the story today is it has been raining. I'm David Reeve, you'll be joining me, and Marco Fontana in the box. Marco Fontana will now give you a short preview of the course.
Ciao a tutti ragazzi and welcome to Abu Dhabi. Here's the course. We see in yellow the short track which we had on Friday, and the XCO road is on red. As you can see, it's 70 meters, so it looks quite easy, but I tell you what, it's not. It's a fast rolling course, lots of up and downs and corners and some technical stuff. Of course, it's part of this 15K loop they created for mountain bikers to ride here in this little island, but they built up a course for a proper cross-country mountain bike race. So we're going to see some proper action very soon, David.
Yeah, the story today is, of course, that they did predict rain, and we were hoping that perhaps it might not happen, but it might make for an even more interesting race. It has been bucketing down with rain all morning, but this, of course, is a course pretty much all made out of sand. Marco, it's a completely different way of riding. In fact, often, as you see the skyline of Abu Dhabi in the background, sometimes it's actually quicker. It's actually easier to ride on this sort of stuff when it's got some rain on it, because you get some grip, except for the odd sections.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, it is grippier in sections, but in some part it might be like less grippy. So the challenge for the riders is to understand where to push and where not. Obviously, end of the loop here we can see the start and finish. It's a bit sketchy, it's a bit dangerous, but all in all, it's pretty grippy, and the riders practice the course early on, and they say it's quite good at the moment, but they have to pay attention.
Yeah, of course. There's a couple of sections in where you grab an alternative route. Now there are some logs out on the course where, just for safety reasons, because of course logs have got no grip whatsoever, they've got a little route they can go around the outside if they wish to. But in general, it's going to be pretty fast. The problem here will be at the back of the groups. Not so much in the women's. There's not so many riders in the start lineup, but with the men's, which is a bigger race, it might be a bit difficult if you're stuck at the back. It's all about starting, isn't it, Marco? It was the same when I was racing 30 years ago. It's the same now. Fast start, that's what you need.
Yeah, start is really important, and then of course depend on the course. You know, when you have like a kind of alpine ski resorts, you know, like Leger or some of these World Cup races we've seen in the past and World Champs, where you have a wide, steep, long climb, you have the chance to overtake. But when you have fast rolling course like this one and it's a bit tight, then it's going to be tough.
Some of the leading riders being introduced at the moment. This is Ingrid Jacobsen, the Norwegian rider. She's current national champion.
Yeah, this is the first row, as we used to have in the World Cups as well. So they call the top guys. She's Sophie Pedersen, the Danish rider from Willer Victoria team.
Yeah, a bit of a wrong graphic coming up there. That is Pedersen.
So top 8, they can pick their line, and so they can choose where to start. You know, so obviously the first in the ranking is the first one to choose the gate of the start. And here we see Rebecca Henderson.
This is Rebecca Henderson. She's the current Oceanic champion. Also the national champion of Australia. We were talking about this being an Olympic qualifying event. You're qualifying for your nation rather than individually.
Exactly.
Here, and it could be pretty tight for some of the smaller nations in this early part of the season. So this could be an important race. Here's the lineup. Martina Berta of Italy, really one to watch. And also Rebecca Henderson, who's very quick in the XCC gridding race.
Yeah, it was amazing the overtake she did over the last 2 or 3 corners on Martina Berta. It was a really tight racing. It was really nice to watch women and the boys to compete for this big prize money. And let's see if we're going to see something similar over the finish line and the last lap here, eh?
Yeah, it'll be interesting because that last corner, as you say, could be pretty slippy, especially when they start carrying sand onto it after lap 1 or 2. There's 5 laps for the girls, I think.
I guess 6.
6 laps for the girls, possibly 7 for the boys. It depends on how the race goes. You can pull people out at the back of the race. The 80% rule will pull people out if they're going too slow. I didn't expect that to happen, but you never know.
30 seconds to the start.
So what do you expect to see starting off the line here, Marco? Who has the really fast start? Who's going to get into those corners first?
Absolutely, say Rebecca or Martina are the favorite for this start, but they're going to play a little bit cats and mouse at the beginning of the race, I believe.
There's a lot of tense faces there. They've been practicing this over the last week or so completely in the dry. They will have been out just to have a look at it today, and away they go. Very fast start by Berta. And she takes it into the first corner. A couple of riders at the back being a little bit more tentative. That's the camera bike at the back, by the way, with the pack on. That's not a racing machine.
We used to see also start loop in some of the World Cup races. Here we have 6 full laps, so it depends on the track and how they think it's going to work out the layout of the track. Here's pretty fast, and you can have some overtake. So this is going to be the first one of 6 laps. Martina Berta and Sara Cordinovis in second and third position. We'll see if the Santa Cruz girls will play a bit of a game team tactics.
Yeah, Zoe Cuthbert has taken the early lead here. The New Zealander pulling away just a little bit, maybe a bike length or two. They're being a bit tentative around the top hip and really not sure what the conditions are going to be like. You can see how much water is actually standing on some of this sand, this hard-packed sand. That is Cuthbert away at first. Berta is second.
Yeah, we used to see riders from New Zealand and Australia pretty strong at the beginning of the season. As we all know, the weather down there is pretty good at the moment of the winter, where in Europe, obviously, it's a bit more raining and cold. So, you know, I was expecting some of the New Zealand or Aussies up in the front, and there we go.
It's a quick replay of the start. I tell you, he's also got a very good start. On the left of Berta there, you can see Eleftheriou Gheorghiu of Greece. This is an important race for Greece. They could do with the points, that's for sure. And she's doing well. I think she's lying in 4th at the moment, when we go back to our live feed. She's an under 23.
Yeah, you mentioned before the Olympic points, which is a key part of this season, because of course we have Olympics in Paris, and for those who don't know already, as you said, the nations has to qualify for the Olympics. So every nation has the top 3 riders can make points, collect points over the last 2 years, all the way till May this year, and then it's up to every nation to choose the riders that will go to the Olympics, and we're gonna see how it plays also in the elite men's with Peter Sagan, and we have a lot of things to say. So keep in touch for all these things, because they're all important and they play the game for results.
Bit of a gap now to 3 or 4 riders, or 3 riders at the back. It's Naglic of Slovenia. Also at the back, that's Naglic, just being a little bit tentative. The Hungarian rider in there as well, and Elizabeth Brandau, the German. So already quite a gap to those final 3. And they don't look comfortable at all.
Yeah. First part of the course, the first K and a half, it is quite easy, let's say, a bit, you know, rolling and flowy. And then it comes into the Hero Challenge, which is the most technical part of the course. I'm going to see some action going on. Yesterday with amateurs, we've seen some big crashes over there. Nothing serious, obviously, but, you know, part of the game.
Well, here's one of the sections where they might have to be a little bit careful.
There we go, they kind of get stuck. One rider is on their feet.
Oh dear, you've got to get back on the bit. You lose so much time on a course like this. It's such a fast course, and away, let's go. That's Panazar, the Iranian rider, making her way up through the field. A number of rocky sections put in here. I suppose these are the most difficult bits, I would imagine, in these conditions. Marco, what would you be looking out for running around here today, thinking, well, the conditions have really changed. You've got some wood out there, you've got some rock out there. What's the danger points around here?
Well, as you can see, you see some of the sections are kind of, well, wet for sure, but kind of slippy. You really can see. Now, one rider gets out of the course. I remember that you have to get back where you kind of get out for, for UCI rules. But obviously, especially on rocks and logs, the key point is to go straight. It looks funny, but it's the truth. You don't have to kind of corner into or onto this logs or rocks, so you have to let it roll, kind of get the speed before enter the rocks or the the logs or the technical section, and then let it go. You don't have to hold on the brakes or do crazy stuff on the bike and just let it go. It goes, huh? She goes.
That's cockpit ahead of Martina Berta, and then Henderson and Pedersen just behind that. Rizzo was the rider who was having to walk up the rocks. It's very, very narrow as well, this section. And once you're into here, that's it, really. The passing is almost impossible here. And through the rocks, it is impossible. It's completely what they'd call, in old school terms, single track. There's no way around anybody there.
Yeah, I have to say, on a course like that, which is super fast and rolling, it's a good thing to have technical sections pretty tight and single track, because, sometimes you come with speed on this wide open technical section, and it might be, it can be dangerous. So I think it's a good choice for this first race of this new era, let's say. So.
Well, mountain biking has changed over the years. If you're new to mountain biking and you're seeing this for the first time, this is the way mountain biking is going. It's very much the Olympic sort of course. It's short, it's flowing, it's compact, it's within an area where you can see lots of spectators. There is a village at the start-finish line where spectators are enjoying themselves. We're certainly enjoying themselves this morning and yesterday. During practice and the amateur races, we had a huge amount of amateurs coming out, especially children. We had like 200 odd kids. A huge amount. This could be a little bit difficult. Here we go.
She's riding really, really good. I'll tell you what, technically, she's doing some, good lines and having a bit of a gap on Martina Berta, which is one of the best technical races in the business. So Zoe is doing really, really good. And let's see, this is the steepest part of the course. Pretty obviously steep, a climbing part, and then we go into this sandy small descent, which is technical in a way.
Yeah, this is a very, very hard, compact area. This is the Hero Challenge. In fact, the fastest rider up this section of any rider at the weekend, be it amateur or professional, gets €1,000 pocketed, which is always nice. Talking of money, this is possibly, Marco, the richest ever cross-country race I've ever seen. And certainly other people are saying this is incredible. €20,000 top prize for men and women.
Oh yeah, that's quite big, and it kind of reminds me one of these different events really that we have on Red Bull TV, like Red Bull Rampage, Crankworks, Cerro Abajo, all these races that I used to commentate on Red Bull TV, and yeah, normally you don't see that on cross-country races, but actually on UCI, World Cup, World Championships. Look at Zoe. I mean, she's riding absolutely comfortable and smooth. Martina is struggling to follow. That is unbelievable to me to watch, because Martina is one of the best World Cup racers in the world. Let's see. The ranking says number 4 in the world ranking, which is super, super high. So Zoe is riding great.
Zoe Cuthbert ranked 53rd in the world at the moment, 660 points to her name in the overall rankings. Martina Berta, who we're talking about, ranked 4th. She's got 1,941 points in total.
Well.
But she's really struggling to stay up. In fact, when there's the fast climbs, she's catching the back wheel of Cuthbert, then the New Zealand is riding away. But these two look like they're making a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I'm wondering why Rebecca Henderson is not with those girls, because we see her really fast during short track, and we know, I mean, she won World Cups before, so she knows how to win big races. But she's struggling to follow, huh?
She is, and we caught up with her yesterday just before the race.
Yeah.
Down the rocky
It feels
section.
a little bit unpredictable, but it's super nice to have the first race done and get a few of those rhythms back in place, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to do a cross-country race on Sunday. It's really hard to know the strategy. You know, I think we have to feel the race. It's the most unique cross-country race I've ever done. But yeah, I mean, I'm so lucky. One of my advantages of being from Australia is that I have summer all season long, and I have really good training conditions, and I can stay home and calm and have a big break from the racing scene. So it's really nice to be back, and I feel fresh and mentally excited about racing again.
Lap one of 6 for these riders. We're coming through to finish the first lap. There is the Greek rider we were talking about earlier. She had a very, very fast start. She slipped back a little bit as Cuthbert's put the hammer down at the front. Martina Bateen looking a little more comfortable, I think, now. She's on the wheel of Zoe, and I think the gap is closing a little bit from behind as well. Well, there's Henderson. Got herself back in. Pedersen as well.
Speaking a bit, we have the last kilometer of the course, 10:46 the time at the moment, so we're going to be looking for like a 12 minutes-ish lap time for lap number 1. They're closing a bit, so either Zoe slow down a little bit because she couldn't do a big gap on Martina, or, you know, the group from Henderson came back strong. I mean,
I think it's probably a bit of both, actually, isn't it? I mean, Zoe was obviously very comfortable, first of all, but and she put the frighteners on Martina Bateen, I think, but she's managed to close the gap a little bit, as has Henderson. Noel Burry was also in that chasing group who's closed the gap a little bit. Pedersen, the Dane.
Henderson, as I told you before, won a few World Cups over the last years, and she's one of the best cross-country racers in the business. She was in the leading of the World Cup for quite some races, and then she didn't win the overall, but, you know, one of the best in the business, always being really comfortable in technical conditions. So I expect to see her a bit, you know, faster than lap 1, hopefully competing with New Zealand and Italy for the win at the moment.
Well, it might have been a fast start for Gertrude, the Greek, but that is the camera bike behind her now.
Yeah.
And just ahead of her is the Norwegian rider, I think Jakobsen.
Yeah, whoa, because Pedersen is up in the front from Wheeler Triestina, together with Giada Specia, two of the fast girls, especially in the Italian races, but they're doing really well also in the World Cup. I mean, I know Pedersen competed in the U23 category last year, and she was really, really strong. Here is as well Cortinovis, another Italian girl. Italians are doing pretty well in the World Cups, especially in the girls. But we're going to see the Italian Championship as well in the boys. Luca Braidot, another teammate of Martina Berta. They come into the finish line.
There they are. This is the most, possibly the most difficult point. Well, they've been putting sand onto that track now for the next lap. Zoe Cuthbert still got a little bit of a lead.
Oh my, she's pushing, huh? She's pushing every little bit.
And it's nice to see Specia really trying to close the gap on everybody. The Italians have brought quite a, apart from Martina Bateen, who's, we say she's older, she's 26 years of age. Specia and Cortinovis, they're, you know, under 23 cyclocross champions. They're very much of the next generation, so it's good to see them up there.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They're not, you know, the fastest riders on this kind of course. You know, Martina is way more punchy and fast in this kind of condition, as we also saw in the short track, where, you know, Cortinovis and Giada Specia, as you can see, they are thin, they are light, they like more the course, like, you know, properly a climbing classic mountain bike course. But as you said before, and this I think was really important, this is how you know, mountain biking is going as well. You know, we're not losing the classic races back in the days, but we've heading some of these, you know, very fast and nice technical course. So I think every rider, even if, you know, it's more of a climber, needs to improve their skills, you know, the speed, how to, you know, technical and tactical to compete and race in these kind of conditions.
If you're coming to this as an old school mountain biker like I am, I'm nearly 60 now, and I started riding in about 1984, I think, on mountain bikes. 85 was my first purchase. We're always told in the day that these sort of short, fast courses, that these are the real elements of a cyclocross rider. Is that still the case? You know, cyclocross riders excelling in these sort of short, fast-flowing courses?
Absolutely, but for a few reasons. One, of course, you know, there's not much climbing involved. So obviously, most of the cyclocross races, other than, you know, Namur and some of these, you know, old school cyclocross races in Belgium, they are fast. And then because of this all, you know, continue acceleration moments, you know, and points. So corner acceleration, wave acceleration, jumps acceleration. And this is where, you know, a cyclocross rider is really strong and can push for, you know, for 1 hour flat out all the time. So of course, we saw more and more cyclocross riders coming into mountain bike, especially cross country, and I'm happy to see that, because I always did in the past, and yeah. The only problem I see, you know, with both disciplines right now is that we have more and more races to, you know, in the calendar. So it's not easy, you know. Either you are Mathieu van der Poel, or you are Van Aert, or some of the top names in the girls, where the calendar is really big, and it's not easy to, you know, to follow the whole calendar without, you know, kind of going a blowout before, you know, end of season.
Yep, and now we throw gravel in the mix as well. It's and something else to talk about. But that's another story for another day. Nice little group has got themselves away here. Zoe Cuthbert still leading the... Oh, no. That looks like Pedersen has now, the Dane has now taken over the first place. They've got themselves in a little group. I was wondering whether Zoe Cuthbert was going to sort of suffer a little bit, because now the group had got behind her. They were just happy to sit and watch her continue the pace. Maybe Pedersen, the Dane, has decided, well, I just need to keep this flowing. I need to keep it going. It wouldn't be that long before the riders behind start to close the gap. In fact, there's two riders coming across now. Spezia is the rider in front of the Villiers.
It's funny to see, you know, and there's places where, you know, the group is a bit split and there's a little bit of a gap, and then it comes into a technical section, especially on this fast course, and then everyone from the back comes back, you know, because you have a braking point and everyone kind of has to brake, and then you come back, you know, into the group. And again, pulls, like we see from the Danish rider.
Well, you were likening it yesterday, and I completely agree, to almost like a criterium race. It's if you want a road analogy, it's almost like a criterium race. You've got all these areas where you can flow through it, but then suddenly you'll get a hairpin bend or a technical section where you're on the anchors, and everybody closes up, and there's a chance for those people to close behind. But of course, first person out of the section gets the jump, they can pull away, and you have to try and stay on that wheel there. Pedersen, the Dane, now dictating the pace ahead of Zoe Cuthbert of New Zealand, the early pacemaker. Behind there is Martina Berta,
which always kind of struggle when they pulls a bit the trigger, huh?
Yeah.
Like normally Martina is a bit more like fresh and on point all the time. Here we see Martina in the climbing bits coming back, but in kind of rolling, flowing technical is losing a little bit from those two young guns.
Well, she's just going to have to sort of bide her time, I think, and maybe that's what she's doing. She's not sort of pushing herself out there a little bit too much, but there's a gap of, what, about 10, 12 bike lengths back from Zoe Cuthbert's rear wheel to Martina Berta, and then there's a whole gaggle of riders behind Berta. Is Pedersen, the Dane here. She's the current European cross-country champion, just pulling away. Noël Burry is the rider behind Martina Berta.
Looking comfortable. We're getting into the technical section of Hero Challenge and into this steep climb ahead. After this, we have a little bit of a, you know, kind of few jumps, logs and stuff, and then there we go. They skip the first one going to the right, and then they hit this one. as you said before, it's a bit slippy, and you see they closed the next jump on the left because it was a bit of a, you know, in a corner.
Bit of a gap now back to Henderson. She's lost a little bit of ground as Pedersen pushes on ahead. There's a nice slow-mo shot of the Dane. All these sort of these rollers here are quite interesting. You just got to let the bike flow underneath you. I don't think anything's changed over the years in that. Just let the bike do a lot of the work for you. Of course, they're all riding in suspension these days, front and rear, although limited amount of travel, but even so. This is the challenge section. The fastest rider up here of any class, amateur or professional, gets €1,000 in their pocket. Who said that's Eva Lechner?
Yeah. Former Italian champion, former World Cup winner, former, you know, medalist at the European and Worlds. She was one of the fastest riders in the past era in Italy. Still competing, still fast.
She's 39 years of age now, Eva Lechner. That's fantastic, really. Just goes to show, cycling keeps you fit.
Yeah. I tell you what, one of the interesting points, you know, that you mentioned before was about, you know, bikes, suspensions, and, you know, full suspension, front and rear, and rubber seat post. And you wouldn't imagine that they're good into these races, you know, where, you know, it's fast and rolling. But I tell you what, it's actually sometimes it's the opposite. When you have this fast rolling course, you can let the bike roll, the bike is smooth, you know, and you don't waste energy. So sometimes, you know, you're gonna see old school races, you know, where you have a long climb on the grass and a technical descent, and they compete on a hardtail because it's light and it, you know, you don't have to carry speed. You climb or you descend. Where here, you know, obviously this is a very fast course and it's the beginning of the season, and we're gonna see some guys, especially in the boys, racing the hardtail. But you know, you wouldn't expect that. But it's a really useful bike in this condition, a full suspension bike.
That's interesting. Eva Lechner just going through the gap. 39 years of age now. I think she's actually on a hardtail by the look of it. I saw it earlier.
Possibly, yeah.
Maybe that's because she's come from an era where hardtails were what she did most of all.
But we don't tell her.
No.
Because it doesn't sound right for a girl.
You never say that to a woman. You never say that to a lady. Group of 5 now. Up ahead. Lechner still trying to fight to get onto those.
Henderson a bit struggling, and
I think so. Henderson was trying real hard through some of those technical sections to get back, and she looks like she's got back onto this group of 5. She needed to do so. Spezia just behind her, and poor old Eva Lechner, I think, has been tailed off again. She might fight her way back. There she is in the back of our picture.
Yeah.
And there she is on our shot. Zoe Cuthbert taking over the front of this group again, doing a little bit of pacemaking. It's just as valid here as it is for any other cycling discipline, just doing a little bit of the work.
Yeah, the short track, the first race here at the HERO Abu Dhabi. I was a little bit unlucky because there was a crash immediately after the start, after 10 meters, and then I was already back of the group, and it was difficult to chase because it was a really fast course. This winter I did a lot of cyclocross races, so yeah, I had some good season where I had some fun and could enjoy the races, and yeah, now I'm looking forward to the mountain bike season. First of all, I want to be okay in the start, to not crash, and then I will just try to do my best, trying to stay in front as possible, to have fun on the course, and trying to do my best.
Back with the live.
But I don't want to play an issue while you were talking about whatever. I would like to wait with the issue until you're done with your sentence, right?
Okay, let's back with live. Nice to hear Eva Lechner, after all these years, still as enthusiastic as she ever was. That's got a bit rutted.
Yeah, it's one of these climbs where, you know, the dirt is a bit, you know, the sand is a bit more soft, and there was a rut as well in practice. I was practicing the course the days before the race. was actually nice to ride and, you know, have a chat with some of the riders and see how much it rolls and how tough it is, you know, because as I said, 70 meters of altitude from old school riders' perspective, it might sound like, easy. But I tell you what, it's not at all. The pace is super high. You have to keep pushing, keep playing, as we see now with these little bits and pieces, technicals. You really have to play with your body, and it really takes commitment in terms of energy to keep rolling fast, you know, because obviously you can roll it easy, and this is one of the, you know, one of the things they wanted to build, you know, kind of an easy or a nice cross-country trail, 15 Ks long, for everyone that wants to play sport, play mountain bike here in Abu Dhabi. But as a racing, you know, racing speed, then it's tough.
Yes, this is a purpose-built track. It's 15 kilometers in total, this X-Trail track. This particular race track for the weekend, 5.4 kilometers, intersects that, and some of it's unique to this weekend. They're really trying hard to make this an international destination. They want the World Championships here in a few years' time. They are going for UCI bike city status in Abu Dhabi. They're even building a velodrome with, wait for this, a velodrome inside and a track on the roof, which is absolutely fantastic. Wouldn't be much good today, because the story of this morning when we got up was it has been raining. And it just has changed the dynamic a little bit. The sand itself is pretty hard packed. You can see, I mean, you can see from the tires, there's no clogging up. It's not like an old school muddy mountain bike race where I remember the races back in the day where you used to get off and take it, you know, pull it out of your tires because it's just so much. But you were talking about the fast flowing nature of this. This is essentially a sort of sprint race compared to those people who are used to recreational mountain biking in big hills or big mountains. I guess the difference there is for those people who race those sort of things as they come into finish lap 2 with Zoe Cuthbert going over the line first. Good little group have got together here now. There were 5. They're now coming back to about 6 or 7. The pace is fluctuating a little bit. Henderson's come back. Spetzia's come back. That's Ana Santos, the Portuguese rider. She's tacking onto the back of their group as they enter lap 3 as well. I was just about to say, and there's Lechner. The difference being that, you know, a big mountain marathon race, for example, or old school racing, you can get into your pace. You can sort of sit there, you think, right, you know, I don't want to lose too much time on this climb, but you can find a pace and you can keep going at it because they're long, they're pretty much steady. But here, it's on off the gas all the time. Yeah,
you actually, as you said, on a long climb, you cannot really overpace you, right? Like, if you have that speed, you hold that speed, you can go a little bit faster, but not much, just for a tiny bit. Where here, you can go way over your limit, as we see, you know, Lechner trying to get back, you know, and once she's gonna be back, she's gonna struggle big time, because yes, in some places she can, you know, hold the wheel, but sometimes she's gonna be pulled out, you know, from a corner, and then she's gonna struggle. So this is why some of these races are actually harder than an old school mountain bike course. Yeah. And we didn't mention before, but for those who are not familiar on mountain biking, they just passed before the finish line the feed zone, feed and tack zone. We have two feed zones in this race. Feed and tack means that the riders, as you could see, they can pass by, take a gel or a bottle, you know, of water or you know, some gels and stuff, and then if they have any issues like, you know, tires or chain or saddle or whatever, they can fix it in the feed zone, because as you might know, they cannot change the bike. They can change wheels, they can change handlebars, but they cannot change bikes.
That's one of the great things that's remained through the whole of the mountain bike racing era, ever since mountain bikes came about, is that although they've added tech zones now in these shorter races, much like cyclocross tech zones, you still are very much on your own. And if you're doing marathons, which are, you know, much bigger, or enduro, then you're carrying your stuff with you. You're fixing your own bike, really. That's it has to be that way. And I like that bit of self-reliance that you have to have. This is a different animal, though. This is a great course, actually. I mean, for somebody like me, I'm converted, I have to say, Marco, because, you know, I'm an old school, big hills, fire roads, gravel, big mountains type mountain biker, but this is fantastic stuff, and it reminds me so much, as you say, of that sort of road race criterium job. As Eva Lechner is inching her way up onto this group, but as you say, there's no way that you can sit in. You can't sit. It's not like the road. You can't get into this group and sit there and take a breather, take a rest. You just keep going.
Yeah, and well, Eva is back in the pack also because is now Jada Specha pulling the trigger up in the group, and she's not, as I said before, she's not, you know, a rider that love this kind of races, and that's why the pace now slow down. I'm super stoked to see so many riders up in the front, and I think, let's say, from now in one lap, we're going to see a big attack, because now the pace is slowing down a lot with Jabal Specha up in the front. Everyone is controlling and seeing, you know, how much they spent already in these 3 laps, and, you know, Martina didn't do any attack. Anderson is back in the pack now, a little bit of mistake from Lechner. As you said, she's on a hardtail from Drinks Factory team. I saw her teammate on a full suspension bike, but she can come back because Jada is not pushing that strong, but we'll see. I see, you know, Pedersen and probably Zoe trying to make an attack.
Look at that. Eva Lechner takes all that time to get back to the group, and then makes a mistake changing the gear as she goes into the rocky section. She's lost 30 bike lengths or more. She's got to do all that work again to get back. At the moment, Specha is still on the front, which is okay for Lechner. She can close that gap. But you know what? That's such a... We've all done it, haven't we? In a race, you close the gap, and suddenly you make a mistake, and you got to do all the work again.
Yeah, I laugh because, you know, when it happens, you say to yourself, damn, I mean, I pushed myself all the way to get back, and again, as I said before, happens a lot of time, especially when you have these little technical rocky sections, you know, because especially when you are position 8, 9, or 10, well, then it's, you know, you lose time. It's, you know, like a physical, you know, because if you get like position 1 or 2, everything runs smooth. But if you are on 8, 6, 7, whatever, then you lose time, you know, and this is what happens. But at the same time, once they slow down or there's a big breaking point, then you can come back. So you have to play smart, you know, because you have to understand that this is going to happen. You're going to lose time once you get back on this technical section. But if you think that, you know, soon you're going to have another breaking point and you can get back, well, this is what you have to do. And then if you play smart, once you are at the finish line, you have to attack to gain some position, to get back into position 3, 4 maximum, because this is where you have to stay. And this is what Berta is doing, because Berta is playing really smart at the moment.
No, I think so. I think she's just waiting. Likewise, Pedersen, we saw her earlier. I think she's got a lot of strength in there that we haven't seen yet. Zoe Cuthbert's keen to stay close or near the front. She's lying second at the moment in this little group. Then Pedersen's just behind. But we saw Pedersen's quite happy riding away from Zoe Cuthbert on the end or the beginning of lap 2. Henderson, I think, is struggling a little bit. We've not seen much of Burri, the Swiss rider. She's lying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th at the moment in the red jersey there. And we'll just have to see whether she's got anything in the legs. There's even a little gap between, back to Henderson, as you can see, maybe 4 or 5 bike lengths. So possibly still not very comfortable, the Australian. Lechner has now closed that gap. This is super technical. That's why she can close the gap. They're going around the outside of the planks and logs there. Zoe Cuthbert tried it first lap round, showing how skillful she was, but decided that the separate section is better. Now they're going to attack on this challenge climb. Martina Berta seemed to be going up the outside of Pedersen. Really digging in hard.
This is steep, I tell you what, and this is tough. I mean, it's short, but it is steep and tough. And you have to get, you know, as much speed as you can out of this left-hand burn to, you know, to at least play a bit, you know, for some meters. Martina overtook Pedersen, huh?
Yep. Third place, past the Dane. Testing the legs, I think, on that section. I'm not sure it's not a little bit too far out from the finish to launch an attack on the last lap, but it depends how strong people are feeling. I think it's a good place to launch an attack. You know, that's always the way. If you've got the strength and watch the others. I don't know about you. I used to be terrible. I used to get to a climb. Now, for a big guy, I wasn't too bad a climber, but I used to sit behind my rivals and puff and pant and change gears unnecessarily. And everybody used to think, oh, he's struggling, he's struggling, he's struggling. And then you put it in a bigger gear, and away you go, if you can get them at the top. So. Little bit of a gap. Now beginning to open up. That's Kortonovis, I think, who's in that chasing group. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4 riders at the front.
Yeah.
Specia.
And again, Anderson struggling, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I did. She's just not on the pace. I don't know, maybe she's waiting, but I don't think so. I wouldn't want to see that gap growing all the time.
Here's Elisabeth Brandau from Germany. She's been strong over the last, years, especially, 5, 6, 8 years ago. Now she's still competing, still enjoying, still traveling the world.
She's 38 years of age now, Branda, so one of the older riders in the group. She was riding around with Ingrid Jacobsen, the Norwegian, who's the current Norwegian national champion. But the two of them riding around together a long way back from this leading group, though. Henderson seems to have closed the gap again on Buri. So Specia first, then Zoe Cuthbert of New Zealand, Tina Berta of Italy, then Pedersen of Denmark, followed by Buri of Switzerland, Henderson of Australia.
Fantastic to see many nations up in the front, different nations, different brands. I like it.
Yeah, it's really good. We've seen a couple of shots of Faranak Partouazat, the Iranian rider as well. We have Greece, we have Konstantina Georgiou, the under-23 rider from Cyprus, Norway, Germany, Portugal. And they're all together.
It looked like a race that's not like anything I've done before. It's early in the season and it's different, that's for sure. We're not used to riding in sand and a kind of different build-up of the track, but it looks fast and it looks fun. My winter training so far has been cold. It's been very cold and snowy in Norway, so it's not the best conditions to ride outside in Norway at the moment, and that's also one of the reasons why we're here right now. Ooh, race strategy. That's a good question. Try to ride smart and keep some energy up for the final laps, and then we'll see how it goes.
Ah, there she is, Ingrid Jacobsen. It's getting pretty rainy out there now.
Yeah.
Just saw a quick glimpse of Jacobsen in the middle of her interview. The rain is really coming down hard now. Interestingly, they seed the clouds here, which means that they, if you've never heard the term, they essentially drop little sort of chemical leaf into the cloud base, and that leads to the forming of rain clouds, and that's how they keep the rainfall up here. But I was talking to somebody the other day who's saying that if it rains here, it either rains just a little bit or it really starts to hammer down, and we have the latter now. It's beginning to rain really quite hard. Now, is this going to change things at all?
No, not for the girls' race. Let's see for the boys if it gets more sleepy in places. It could be potentially. I was just mentioning before the interview that first part of the course is the one that looks kind of easy. Then you get into this Hero Challenge where the gaps are made. And then, when you come to the finish, again, the group is back together. So actually, I'm thinking about how this could play, in the next laps, because we're halfway. 3 to go now, and they pass the finish line. And so, you know, if I want to pull an attack, where should I do it? Or shall I wait the finish line? Because I'm thinking about what Martina Berta could think now. You know, half of the race. She's probably the fastest in the business here in the group, so it could potentially wait the last lap. But the group is a bit, you know, big now, so you really need to understand where is good to, you know, to play your cards. Even though I think there's nobody really way faster than anybody else, so I think the group is now back together because everyone has some, you know, some potentially some speed, but not enough to, you know, to escape the group and play a solo race. Maybe, you know, the wind plays around. We didn't speak yet about the wind, but the wind is there, obviously. And, you know, maybe being up at the front and do a solo race. And there we go, an attack from Zoe, New Zealand.
So Cuthbert over the line, but look at this. Henderson, the Australian, in second place. That is the highest we've seen her in the entire race. Going into lap 4.
Ooh, attack on the attack, because I saw the I think I saw Henderson on the outside of Zoe and took the lead to get another extra punch, because I saw Martina Berta passing the finish line and getting some gels, changing glasses, because probably the sunnies were a bit, you know, dirty, and we see what happens now, because I think it was a proper attack.
This leading group with Henderson looking a little bit more confident, looking a little bit more comfortable, and maybe I was a bit mistaken. She looked like she was losing gaps earlier or making gaps earlier in the race.
Is Lucia Bramati, Drinks Factory Racing. His dad, Luca Bramati, you might, you know him. He was a former cross-country Italian champion, bronze medalist, and he competed at the first Olympics back in Atlanta, 1996, where Bart Brentjens won, you know, and he was, I think, 8. I think he was 8.
Big Bart Brentjens, I remember Big Bart.
Former cyclocross champion as well, Luca Bramati. Yeah.
Which did you prefer riding? Mountain bike or cyclocross?
Really different, you know. In terms of, you know, fatigue, they're similar, but mountain biking is more fun when you have a good trail. But cyclocross, I used to say, it's a bit of an art, you know. Like cyclocross is like thin tires, really low pressure, into the sand and the mud, and you have to kind of flow with this weird bicycle in a way.
Yeah.
But it's really when you get it right, it's magic. A cyclocross bike in the mud or in the sand is magic. I tell you what, different but magic.
Look at this. This is a concerted attack by Henderson of Australia, Rebecca Henderson, who was very good yesterday, and we were surprised to see her just being tailed off a little bit, obviously just biding her time, because she's taken the lead and she's put the hammer down, and some other big name riders like Martina Berta are at the back of this group now thinking, what's hit me?
I don't know. I think, as I said, at the finish line she was taking a bottle and a gel and changed glasses, and I think she lost some time exactly where Zoe pulled the trigger for the attack, and so yeah, this is what happened.
Well, she's still leading Zoe Cuthbert of New Zealand. Big rider, Cuthbert, tall, powerful. That's a good attack by Henderson. We're looking back at Kortonovis. Henderson leading a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders onto this more technical section. seem to have got a little bit more comfortable again now, these 6 riders. It's always been the same 6, though, apart from Henderson, who's been tailed off a little bit earlier on. But, struggling a bit. Some tired legs coming in here now. Some very tired legs. Into the technical rocky section.
Not the best position for Martina, though.
No. And she doesn't look comfortable either to me. She looked a little bit uncomfortable going over there. Maybe she got to the rocks a bit faster than the rider in front of her. That is Cortanovis, just being tailed off a little bit. Under 23 cyclocross champion from Italy. She's looking good and smooth.
I have to say, you know, first part of the track, you can pull the trigger, but if you stay in the back wheel, well, you can save some energy. I think the attack, you have to pull it from here on, you know, because this is the Hero Challenge, and we didn't mention, but I mean, Hero started, you know, all the business in the Dolomites with the Hero Dolomites, this marathon, which is worldwide famous. 4,500 meters of climbing for, you know, a lot of Ks up in the mountains, one of the toughest challenge and mountain bike race you can do. And then, you know, they kind of get bigger, having a race as well in Switzerland and in Germany. And now they created the first ever, you know, Hero Abu Dhabi cross-country race, and it's good. I think it's a very good way of developing a brand, and that's why you guys see Hero as big as you know, as we see it in the finish line.
Yeah, they've become a World Series as we watch Cortanovis. I think she's gonna have to dig in. Think she can pull that lead back, that gap back. I'm not so sure. Yeah, Hero have done a great job in providing a sort of World Series, and they've been up against the odds so much. We had COVID, and of course the pandemic made sure that their first World Series was really cancelled. There was no other way of doing it. And then we had a big economic recession, and that stopped the second iteration of the World Series. And now, as you say, Marco, they've got 3 races on the European continent, in Switzerland. Well, they're sort of sister races, really. They have their own organisations, but they're part of the Hero Series. But they made their name in the Dolomites, of course, with the mountain marathon race, which is a completely different type of riding, and of course at altitude as well, which means that the riders from Colombia excel and things like that because they're always riding it at altitude. This is a completely different thing. They have a little bit of form of racing and organising in this part of the world, in the Arabian Peninsula. They did 2 editions of the Hero Hatta Dubai, which was also a great race, but again, totally different to this. Very, very rocky, extremely nasty rocks. I wouldn't want to fall off out there, I tell you. It was really jagged rocks out into the desert and back. But this is a world-class Olympic-style circuit on sand, and we're seeing some world-class racing here from some world-class athletes. Oh, just look how strong Martina Berthe is up the slope here.
Yeah, all the time she's overtaking, actually, all the time the same rider, Sophie Pedersen. But yeah, she was a bit struggling in the back of the peloton. Now trying to, you know, gain some positions. Let's see. Here's a sandy bit of the track. It was actually, I think, more difficult in the dry than now in the wet, because now you have a little bit of a route that you can follow. And yesterday was all sandy, and it was easy to kind of have you know, the front kind of closing and going over the bar. We saw some amateurs doing that. Obviously, professional girls and boys, they are way better in technical skills. But you know, you never know. We saw some crashes early on, so you know, always pay attention. And you mentioned also, again, you mentioned Olympics. This is, I tell you what, is something way more similar on every Olympics I've done. I've done Beijing, London, and Rio de Janeiro, and all the time the races are very artificial and fast rolling. So you know, obviously for a proper World Cup race, World Champs, or an Olympic course, we need some, you know, kind of bigger obstacles, let's say, bigger jumps and stuff. But it's the way mountain biking is going, especially for, you know, those races like Olympics.
Yeah, the interesting thing here, of course, is you are in the desert, so by its very nature. It's sandy and open, and they're making a big effort to sort of green it up. There's a lot of planting. Every one of these plants that you see here has an individual water feed, irrigation feed to it, and they're watering all the time to bring the green element back into this course. And I'll tell you what, in sort of 15 years' time, this is going to be a green, lush course that's developed, that's been adapted, that people have pointed out the really good bits. It's been improved, it's been extended, and this whole X-Trail park here, which is part of a huge sports complex, including tennis, and there will be a velodrome, is going to be something to behold.
Yeah. Already now, I mean, I have been here for a few days, you know, and you can play, you know, paddle, tennis, soccer, whatever. It's a big sport center. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about cycling, and I saw the project of the track, and it's insane. It's amazing, and as well for mountain biking, as we can see, and last but not least, road tracks. I mean, here on the road, it's unbelievable how you can ride all over the desert on proper tarmac with some really good roads, and you can go for you know, for Ks and Ks and Ks, pretty comfy, no cars, nothing. It's amazing what you can do here in the desert on a road bike.
Yeah, they've really put a lot of time and effort and money into this. Well, yesterday, Dan Jarvis caught up with Martina Berta, who seems to be suffering a little bit now.
Yeah, yesterday was a good race, pretty unexpected. I mean, we are in February, it's the first race of the season, so you never know where you are and where the others are. We decided to start a bit more easy than last year, because the season is long and the big goals are in July. So, I mean, we have to be really patient. Apart from the bike race track, there's also a longer lap that is really nice, because it's without the car, it's really safe. And I mean, it's something really important to grow that sport, for growing in that sport, for the child and for all the people.
Yeah, positive words from Martina Berta about the course and about the growth of the sport and about this new type of circuit here. This is an Olympic points qualifying event. 60 points on offer for the winner here as a C1 category race. And that'll be important to some of the smaller nations, as Sophie Henderson pushes the pace at the front, with Zoe Cuthbert of New Zealand just behind her. Still looking comfortable, I have to say.
Yeah.
Very sort of poker face there. I think that's Speds. No, it's not Speds here. Yeah, it is Speds here. Yeah, in third spot.
We just heard the voice of Martina Berta, and she said that she wanted to start the season a bit slower than in the past, because it's February, obviously, and it's an Olympic year. And so maybe that's why, I mean, she's not up in the front pulling the trigger on the competitors. This could be potentially, because as I said, I think Martina is really strong in this kind of races. So I'm expecting her to see up in the front. Mistake by Anderson, losing the bottle, which is actually a good point to mention, because when you lose your gel, well, normally it is because you're not, 100%, fresh and cool for the last bit of the race. So might be a mistake that cost more than what we just see.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much, does it? But athletes at this level now, especially cyclists, everything is timed to perfection. You know how many gels you got to take. You know when you got to take them. Everything's controlled as much as possible. Cuthbert leads them through the line again, ahead of Henderson, Burri, Berta, Spezia, Pedersen, Ana Santos of Portugal, and Cortanovis in Arshota. Well, the rain seems to have eased off outside our commentary booth. I can actually almost feel it might be sunny soon.
That would be nice, though, for the elite men's race.
Yeah, elite men's race coming up later this afternoon. And much bigger field. But this is a really high quality. And let's just talk a little bit, Marco, about the quality and the depth of quality in women's racing here now. Because, I mean, we've got some of the best riders in the world, and by no means all of them. There's a small group here, but it's all quality.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, Martina, she's now... she's been in the podium, World Cup podium several times. One of the best in the business in the world ranking. And Pedersen, I mean, she won the U23 World Cup cross-country wise. She's European champion. Eva Lechner several times medalist in the world champs, European champs, former World Cup winner, Rebecca Henderson. I mean, the field is pretty strong. And I tell you what, it's just the beginning of the season, but we see some speed already going on. I'm actually wondering what is going to happen between here we see the slow-mo. She lost the bottle, she lost the gel, and this is a sign, you know, you're not fresh enough to get the bottle. It's not like a fast rolling feed zone where you can miss it. Obviously it's wet, but I mean you shouldn't lose it in this not so fast feed zone.
No, that could be a big mistake. Could be a big mistake. We saw a shot of Eva Lechner almost cruising around now. I think she decided she's not going to be able to tack onto this lead group. 14 times a national champion, Eva Lechner. This is interesting. This is Buri, the Swiss rider on the front, and the pace has really dropped.
Yeah,
and maybe Zoe Cuthbert thinking, I'm not quite sure I want to do that. I think they're playing a little bit of cat and mouse here. They're wondering who's going to go next. They're taking a little chance to get a bit of a breather, to take a bit of a rest, get that gel working inside them. This is definitely a deliberate slowing of pace, taking a bit of a breather, because they know in the next lap it's going to be absolutely all guns blazing.
Yeah, 20,000 on the line.
Sure.
The thing is, you have to know that you have to be top 3 position at the end of the lap. You know, on the last lap, you have to be top 3 position if you want to win it. I don't think you can make it if you're position 4, 5, or 6. Especially on this field, because if one of the top girls goes like flat out, well, it's going to be tough to close the gap. And we saw also with Martina, I mean, on that steep climb, she was probably the fastest we've seen, and still, she couldn't really overtake when she was back in the peloton.
No, this is the real problem, is that overtaking is a big issue here. You're going to have to go quite deep into some of those corners to get round people. And once you get into the technical section, as you can see, bit of a problem for Jakobsen. I'm sorry about the picture breakup. That is the weather conditions. This is Ingrid Jakobsen.
Got a flat tire, I believe.
Looks like it.
Because what happened when it's wet, that you go down in pressure, you know, like PSI or bar, whatever you run. Yep. But and the risk to flat is there, you know. Some of the landing of the jumps, even though are not big jumps, but still, you know. And on the rocks, if you have really low pressure, the risk to flat a tire is there. And there we go. And that's why they have fit zones and tech zones. Sorry.
What sort of pressures would you be wanting to run today? It depends on your weight and obviously the bike and all that sort of
girls,
stuff.
they go 1.1, 1.2 bar. And I would go 1.3, 1.4 in the front and 1.5 in the rear bar. Yeah. But girls are really light, so they can go 1.1 PSI bar. Sorry. There's an attack here from the Swiss girl. We didn't see.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Just up the pace a little bit. I'm surprised. Maybe, I mean, they've got a pretty big gap between themselves and the following riders. But this is on a short course like this, you can see some analogies to the road, in the sense that if you've got 6 riders who all suddenly slow up and they all sit there and they all start looking at each other and have a gel, you've got a chance for riders behind who have maybe got 20 seconds to make up that gap. And the gap that was 6 suddenly becomes 8. The group that was 6 becomes 8 or 10 or 12. And then it becomes more difficult again. So maybe Buri has decided, I just want to keep the pace going a little bit. But she looks pretty determined. This is the most we've seen of her.
Yeah. I mean, she knows that, you know, if I would be her and I would not feel the strongest in the group, I would actually take the chance to go up in the front and try to push a bit, because, you know, you have a gap from her to position 6 at the moment. And, you know, even if you're not the fastest, but if you stay up in the front and push a bit, you know, you make a little bit of a gap. The others, they can do a little mistake. So I think it's smart, even if you're not the strongest, but it could be potentially smart. And especially now coming to the steep part of the course, you know, that climb, you're not strong. Well, you stay up in the front and maybe 1 or 2 riders overtake you. But if you're 6th, well, you lose time from, you know, from position 5. So it's smart to be up in the front.
And 6th at the moment is Pedersen. Sophie Pedersen of Denmark, ranked 18th in the world at the moment. Points tally of 1,210.
There we go.
There we go. And this is the challenge hill. And this is where Martina Bertha has really, really excelled as we watch Pedersen, the Dane. She stayed in 3rd spot there, but Bertha, you can just see her on the top of your shot going out. She's not decided to attack this time around.
But she's in position 3, so I guess
that's a good place to be.
She knows.
Yeah. Great ride by Zoe Cuthbert. Really, really good ride. She's been solid all the way through. The only question you'd have to ask yourself is, has she left it? Is she going to leave it all on the track? That's
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because she's the one that races the best, I believe. Because always position 1, 2, or 3. Not, you know, never in position 4 or 5. So in a way, she didn't spend much energy, where Martina, yes, she's never been up in the front, but at the same time, she's been in the rear, so sometimes she might have suffered a little bit more compared to Zoe. But we'll see. 1 lap to go. I'm excited to see. You know, 1 hour of the race is gone, and 1 lap to go. It's pretty interesting on how they're going to play it. I think we're going to see some attack for sure, because everyone knows that Martina is the fastest on a sprint finish. So if you are Rebecca Henderson, or maybe you know, even Buri, I think they have to make an attack to make a gap with Martina, because on the finish line it's not going to be easy to beat her.
Yeah, this is back at the challenge climb. This is Brandau, the German, and Eva Lechner. Eva Lechner is still hanging in there on her hard tail. That's Kotornovis, the young Italian under-23 cyclocross champion. Buri is still pushing on, you know. The bike was flipping about there. She came into that technical section. She must have just clipped something with that back wheel. But she is pushing. And the others are really having to be on their mettle, making sure they can stay with her.
I think a move could be done by the end of this lap. So we're going to see probably the first attack by the end of this lap, like proper attack.
Yeah.
And then we see. And then we see if someone has the legs to keep going the full lap. Because we didn't see yet like a full. Oh, Anderson getting some position, gaining position.
Well, this is getting a little bit tight at the front here. It's between these top 6 now. Ana Santos, the Portuguese champion, is the next best placed rider. She's 30 seconds back on this group of 6. There she is.
There we go.
And that's game over for her in terms of fighting for a victory. But these 6 riders are where it counts. And the pace has dropped off a bit again. They're just looking at each other, I think. And who is gonna kick it? Who's gonna pull that trigger, as you say, Marco, and really go hard? It's interesting that Henderson's made her way up into a 3rd place spot. Maybe Martina Bertha has just decided to hang back, and now is not the right time. This is really tactical now.
Yeah, it's interesting. The move of Henderson, I think, is a tactical move, but as well a mind game. You know, because you show your competitor that you're there. Like, hey, you know, I'm here. I'm still here. And remember that I was the one that won the short track. So it's a bit of both at the moment. You know, sometimes normally in mountain biking, always the best wins. You know, always, because it's a race. It's not like a road race, but there's always a but. In this condition, where not you know, not the strongest might win, because if you played well tactically and mentally, you could be, you know, second best and still winning the race.
Yeah, well, it's always the best on the day, isn't it? It's
I think.
I'll tell you who's ridden her own race all the way through is Zoe Cuthbert.
Yeah.
She's not had to sort of mess around chasing or, you know, or worrying about her position, as you say before. She's always been in that top three, and that's a great place to be. She's ridden a consistent, strong race. The question is, if she gets to that final corner, has she got the sprint? Has she got the kick? And I'm not sure she has compared to Henderson or Berta. I would not be at all surprised if we don't see her giving it a real dig in the next half a lap or so to try and pull out a gap. Kortranovis. Marco was talking about the sort of flow of a full suspension bike when you think it wouldn't be necessary. You just have to sit on that rutted corner and see exactly how well it's working. This is Gaucho of Greece.
Pushing up the Hero Challenge part.
Started really, really well. I'm quite impressed by her, actually. She's done quite well. She's had to ride her own race, but she's a pretty fast starter.
Last K of lap 5 of 6, so we're approaching the last lap, and it's 6 riders in the front. It's going to be exciting, the last lap. It's going to be absolutely exciting to see who's going to take the win here.
Good drone shot there. Noel Burri of Switzerland, Zoe Cuthbert of New Zealand, Rebecca Henderson of Australia, Martina Berta and Giadia Speccia of Italy, and Sophie Pedersen of Denmark. Those are our leading riders. The rider who's just peeled off at the back is our camera rider. Don't worry about that. And here they come into the start-finish area. And just how much nerve is going, how much adrenaline is going through these riders now. They'll just be looking at each other already. Burry's looking over the shoulder, going, "What's going to happen here?"
There we go. I see the Australian feeling it.
Yeah, I can see that. Right, just looking, tense in the shoulders.
This is actually where, you know, the Australian placed the attack in the short track, exactly that corner before the feed and tag zone. Martina Berta in fourth position. She needs to get some position before heading to the last lap. I feel.
Well, Henderson didn't miss out on a bottle this time. Nice grab as she went through the feed zone. This is Ana Santos, I think, coming through. The Portuguese champion, 36 seconds back now. Young Kortanovis.
46 seconds back, which on a fast track is quite a bit, and she did a solo race pretty much from halfway on. But now we want to see the top girls, because I think it's
Henderson.
Yeah, Henderson up in the front.
Henderson, Burry, Cuthbert, Berta, Pedersen is the final rider. Speccia, and then Pedersen.
Yeah, so 2 Aussies, 3 Italians, and 1 from Denmark. 2 are teammates. I mean, Giada Speccia and Pedersen from Wheeler Triestina in 5th and 6th position.
One of the oldest bike manufacturers in the world, William.
Yeah.
From Trieste.
Esatto, Trieste.
Yeah. Bianchi are the oldest bike manufacturers in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, we mentioned some of the best. We're going to mention also Colnago, which is pretty big here in UAE.
Oh, they're huge.
Yeah,
they're
it's
big
huge.
Colnago shop here, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty nice actually. If you have the chance, come and visit Wolf's Bike Shop, because it's amazing how nice and well made is the Colnago. Well, it's not even a bike shop; it's like a kind of a cafe. It's really cool. It's really cool. I've been a couple of days ago. It's amazing. Anderson up in the front.
Yeah, she's dictating the pace at the moment. Zoe Cuthbert, for the first time, drops out of the top 3. She's behind Martina Berta.
She's trying.
Yeah. Somebody's going to have to try and get up there inside if she wants to get back into the top three. Spezia looking as though she's trying to find a little gap somewhere to move up.
They're fighting for positions. They're fighting for position because it's they're one of the few places where you can, you know, have space to overtake. Now they're getting into this little rocky section that always makes some little gaps. Anderson up in the front, Bury in second, and then Berta looking for a place and a spot for attack.
Henderson still, everybody's a bit still nervous, I think, about taking it. I'm surprised that there hasn't been a bigger attack on this wider section. As you say, as soon as you get in the rocks, that's really difficult to do anything, unless you suddenly kick it just before the rocky section, go through there really first, and then everybody else behind is in disarray. They can't do anything about it. You've gone by that point, but it's difficult to make a break there. Watching Cortanovis.
1 hour 10 pretty much gone. It's like 3Ks to go pretty much. Now Henderson again in the lead.
I'm going to change at the front. Henderson, Bury, Bateen.
She's pushing, huh? She's pushing properly.
Yep.
But it's not easy to make a gap here. Huh?
No, not at all.
Not a proper gap, you know, just a small one. Berta looking a bit more comfortable now that the race is going on and on.
I was surprised how comfortable Bury is looking. She was following the wheel quite happily there. The rider who seems to be struggling over the last lap or so is Pedersen.
Yeah, she didn't even try to, you know, get some position. That means, you know, you're properly struggling because normally, you know, you might be not the best, but you're trying to fight for position because you know how important it is to be in the top 3 position now on the last lap.
Yeah. Don't pay too much attention to that leaderboard graphic that came up. That was just showing you the composition of the group, not the positions. There is Henderson of Australia, Bury of Switzerland, Berta of Italy. Oh, she's really pushing hard. Look at the face there. Yep, this is now a concerted effort. And this little group might start to string out. Will the Dane Pedersen be off the back soon? Spezia, I think, is being a little bit under pressure as well. Picture just breaking up the weather conditions here as the rain passes over and comes down. Just breaking the picture up a little bit, but Henderson, the Australian, really pushing hard. Look, that's a determined face there, Marco.
Yeah. And also, look at Bury, the face of the Swiss rider, Lapierre rider. It's impressive. I mean, she looks comfy. Racing on a Lapierre bike, French brand we didn't mention before.
Yeah, Lapierre makes some fantastic mountain bikes. They've been, you know, they were fairly late into the mountain bike game, but when they got there, they were pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Frenchies they know how to make a VTT, huh?
Bien sûr.
Henderson on Moonraker. There we go, pushing hard before the Hero Challenge, one of the places where we've seen Martina Berta the strongest. Couple of corners, 2 big berms, and then into this steep stuff. Let's see what happens now.
This is the one area that riders can get together. Here we go for the Hero Challenge. This is where Berta's been really, really good at getting up to the top. She's still in 3rd spot. Henderson hangs on there. Bury doing well to stay right on the wheel of Henderson. I think she's looking real strong.
Yeah. Quite for like 5 laps on 6, and then all of a sudden, bam, up in the front and comfy.
Yeah.
Henderson trying to make a proper fast lap instead of having one, you know, sharp attack. So let's see if this plays right.
Yeah, there's a gap now. There is a gap. There's a palpable gap. Look at this.
A bit.
That's Zoe Cuthbert and Spezia just behind her. And there is a gap, what, 5, 6, 7, no, more than that now, 20 bike lengths. And Henderson's really put the hammer down. The only person who's really being able to go with her at the moment is Bury, the Swiss rider, riding beautifully, smoothly. A bit of a lower line on those berms. But Martina Berta, well, she's got to come 2 or 3 bike lengths gap to close up. She's still there, but certainly Henderson's putting the hammer down, and Burley is the one who's just being able to respond immediately. Now the gap to the chasing 3 is, what, maybe 30, 40 bike lengths?
Another left-hand turn and you know, low speed and another acceleration. Oh, look at Henderson pushing really hard. Martina Berta trying to get the position in position 2 at the moment.
Yeah, good move. That's a good move.
Yeah,
she came up the inside.
Move.
Yeah. These 3 are going to come to the line together, I think.
Yeah. The 4th we see is the camera guy.
So out of these 3, who would you favor in a flat-out sprint? Remember, it's a very short sprint as well. It's, what, 50 meters maybe when the last
Yeah,
one?
the sprint is done before the sprint. Like, you have to sprint before the last corner.
Yeah.
And the one who exits the last corner on top is going to take the win, other than, you know, mistakes or something. And that's what we've seen in the short track race, sorry.
Henderson still pushing hard. Berthe now in 2nd spot. Burri sitting on the wheel of Martina Berthe. Maybe just thinking, well, I feel strong. I feel strong enough. If I can just stay on the wheel of Berthe, who's the top sprinter here, let her chase the Henderson down.
Yeah, because the last part of the course, the last, let's say, kilometer is really kind of a long sprint, so they can chase from the back. But that's a gap from Anderson, which is pushing super strong.
Well, she's gone really hard because we just switched shots for a second and she'd gone.
We've never seen a gap big like that.
No.
Impressive, Anderson. She had something in the tank we didn't see before. I mean, she was kind of struggling at the beginning of the race, and then all of a sudden she came from, well, nowhere is a bit tough to say, but I mean, she was kind of struggling, and now she's gone. She's gone.
Yeah, she has gone. And the other 2 are thinking, I don't think they're going to be chasing. Well, Martina Berthe doesn't even look as though she's chasing. She knows she's going to be fighting for 2nd or 3rd. And look at this, coming back is Spezia and Pedersen, and poor old Zoe Cuthbert, who did all the early work, is now in that 6th spot.
Yeah, gone.
Oh,
unbelievable attack from Anderson. I mean, I look at the line, the different line between the Swiss rider. Ooh, well, carrying a bit more speed into the finish part.
Maybe.
Playing nice for position 2, but Anderson, as I said, she tried not to do a single attack, but a proper long loop attack, and it worked out.
That's all over for 1st spot, unless something dreadful happens, or unless there's some sort of enormous kick by these 2 behind. I think that's a clear run to 1st for Henderson, the Australian. That'll be the curse of the commentator now. As soon as I've said that, something will happen. But look at that gap. That's absolutely massive. And she's still pushing. She knows the riders behind her are a real quality act. And she cannot afford to be slack. She's just pushing hard. Now, for me, out of these 2, Burri looks the more comfortable here.
Yeah, and she comes from the back, you know, and always when you have a long sprint like this, if you have some rolling, you know, and you have a smooth transition into the last part from the back, it's easier to make an overtake. But, as I said, she has to do it before the Fidzen. If not, well, it's going to be tough.
Rebecca Henderson, riding for Prima Flor Mondrega. She's the current Oceanic Continental Champion. She's 15 times an Australian national champion at cross country. And look at this, she's pushed so hard. Now Martina Berthe is trying to work really hard to stay ahead of Burri.
Brava Martina, this was the corner I was mentioning, so she had to do it before this. Let's see if the Swiss try to get her. She does. It's a bar to bar. Oh my God.
Bar to bar.
Let's see if the last corner plays in or not. She tries the outside.
Henderson coming for the win. A fantastic break. She pulled away. Nobody was going to catch her. It's neck to neck. It's going to be Burry, I think.
Unbelievable.
Ah, wonderful bit of cornering by the Swiss rider. Out sprinting Martina Berta.
What a nice finish, hey.
Oh, cat and mouse all fighting each other. And they almost got caught, you know, by Spezia. And Pedersen only 6 seconds back. Great riding by the young Italian to close that gap down. Just not quite enough to make it onto the podium. Brilliant win, though, by Henderson. Rebecca Henderson, 15 times a national champion. She's the Continental Oceanic champion, and she's now the winner of the inaugural Abu Dhabi Hudayriyat Island Hero race here, and pockets 20,000 euros in the process.
Yeah, and what a move by Burry. She tried after the feed zone on the left side, was bar to bar with Martina, closed the door a little bit in a safe way, and then she was expecting to see Martina on the inside, and then she was in the outside, and she could she could make the overtake on the last little bit of the course. What a move! I really loved it.
Yeah, fantastic move. This is Ana Santos, the Portuguese champion. She had a good race early on. She was with the leading group for quite a long time, and she'll pocket some money as well. Big, big prizes here. And, of course, points all the way down for qualifying for the Olympic Games this year in Paris.
Luckily as well, the rain stopped, so we're looking for some better weather for the men's race, which they gonna come up pretty soon.
Men's race too, with points on offer, 60 points. So there's our confirmation. Henderson, Burry, Berta, our top three. Then Spezia, Pedersen, Zoe Cuthbert did all the early running. Santos of Portugal, and Cortonovis.
Again, nice race from the OC. Zoe had a fantastic race early on, probably missing some energy, I'd say, because she competed in the best way and the right way. I mean, she was the only one always top three in the race. So I think, like in terms of tactical and technical race, it was amazing. But maybe missing a little bit of, you know, the last lap and a half.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult for her in the last lap and a half. She seemed to sort of just be, didn't have that kick. She put a lot of effort into it early on. But still, at 23 years of age, she's under 23. She's 3 times under 23 cross-country champion back in New Zealand. She's still got a lot of racing to go in her career.
You know what? You know, there was some talk about, you know, this race and then this course, and you know, and how it could potentially be a better, you know, like a more important race in the future. I tell you what, in terms of competition, was amazing to see, you know, many riders up in the front. You know, sometimes you see those classic races and you see one girl and then 2 minutes another girl and then 3 minutes another girl, where here, I mean, we had all the way till the last lap and the last couple of corners, you know, 6 riders up in the front, a good mix, you know, different nations, different technique of rider. I really like it.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, close racing. Well, we've had Dan Jarvis down on the start line and the finish line, and he's been grabbing some of the riders as they've come over the line. But fabulous, fabulous racing. It's been super stuff. Very much like a Criterium road race with that sort of level of excitement. Let's throw it down to Dan Jarvis on the finish line. I think he has Rebecca Henderson with him.
So here with Rebecca Henderson, the winner of the HERO Abu Dhabi Cross Country. It's a double for you, Bex. You took the short track on Friday, the Olympic Cross Country here today. You told me earlier in the week you didn't know what your form was like. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to know here. There was absolutely nothing to break the race up, as you probably saw. And I think I just, the race was, you know, no one was so game in the beginning to make any moves, and I was like, well, for sure I'm one of the fittest here, so I just wanted to sort of break it up a little bit because you don't want to bring 15 riders to the finish line. But yeah, I'm not even sure I was the strongest. I think just sort of a bit experienced in these kind of situations, and I think that worked out for me.
I still think of you as a youngster, but you've got so much experience behind you now. You've been a World Cup winner, you've been a World Championship medalist. You could bring that. Did you win it in your head as much as in the legs, you think?
Yeah, for sure. Early in the race, I was like, I don't know what to do here. Like I had a little go, and I didn't really lose many, and I think, but I'm really this year become super aware of that I am one of the most experienced racing now, and I have to I'm not that young and energetic like them anymore, and I really have to tap into that experience and knowledge and just that trust in where to make the moves, where to conserve, and I think that's what won me the race today.
Well, yeah, so you've made history. The first ever XCO winner in Arabia of a UCI race, and also nice little prize money as well for the weekend. A good earner.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone that says they've come here not for the prize money is lying. It's obviously what attracted a lot of us to come, and for me it was very unplanned, and then I was the opportunity came, and I'm like, it's a week, what have I got to lose to go to an amazing place and a new experience, and obviously a lot of money on the line. And I think it's amazing what they've done, and I think it's a real boost for the sport. And
finally, your thoughts about racing in Abu Dhabi, the venue that we've got here and how close it is to the city. Do you think that this is something special that we brought to mountain biking?
Yeah, absolutely. It's easy to put a cross-country race in Italy and Switzerland where there's mountains, and I think what they've done here is amazing. Obviously, to break, it's not a typical cross-country race, but, you still see that more or less the best riders are still at the front, and the cream always rises, and I think, it's something so special, and we don't have to be stuck with just mountains. It's, they've brought bike racing to the centre of the city, and I think that's what we need, is people coming to watch the sport, and now it's live on TV. How many other series are doing that? I think, we can only be grateful for what they've done this weekend.
Well, congratulations. You are the undisputed queen of HERO Abu Dhabi. We'll be seeing you on the podium later, but I guess this is going to be in your calendar for next year.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm only coming away with absolutely amazing experience, and honestly, I just have to say that every single person that I've met here, every single encounter, even the security guard telling me you can't ride your bike here, he says it with a smile, and everyone's so friendly, and I think it's just been the most amazing experience.
Well, you go and get yourself cleaned up. Congratulations again. Ladies and gentlemen, our champion today, Rebecca Henderson of Prima Form Mondial Cup.
In 5 seconds, into second in 5. Okay, faster on. Ale. Yeah.
So we're joined now by our second place rider, the woman with the fast finish in that sprint, Noah Burry. Is it your first race in the colours now for Lapierre Mavic Unity?
Yes, this is the first race for the team, and yeah, I'm really happy to have a good race.
And so 2 podiums from 2 races. It's a great start. You're matching yourself with all of the big names as well. Do you think that being on the team, the new team, has given you an extra boost?
Yes, of course. The team is amazing and supports me in every way, so yeah, it's a good start.
And your thoughts about Abu Dhabi? Have you enjoyed racing here?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's a nice place to be, and the track it's a special track, but it was fun.
And it's the same track for everyone, I guess. So you've all got to adapt to it.
Yeah, it's the same for everyone. Also, the weather was the same for everyone, so it was nice.
So, is there any tips that you can give to your teammate Thomas Litcher for the men's race?
I think it's important to be in the front from the beginning.
Well, you did a great race. Congratulations. 2 podiums here in HERO Abu Dhabi, and have a great season going on forwards.
Thank you.
obviously. And in this case, you just wait and putting your third in front of the lens, it will come up soon, and then after that you have the final result.
Well, you know what? After the interview of the winner, Henderson,
We're joined by our third place rider, the Italian national champion, riding for the Santa Cruz Box Shots team. Martina Berta, how was that for you?
It was good. It was quite muddy. It was quite unexpected to came here and see the rain, but yeah, I mean, I think it was a bit different from what we expected, but yeah, it was a good race. The beginning was quite an easy pace, and then Beck tried to do the move, and yeah, in the last lap she go alone, and so yeah, we tried to fight for the second place, but I was a bit like out of energy at on the finish part, so yeah, it's a third place. It's okay.
This early in the season, it's still quite hard to judge what you've got in your legs and how your form is, yeah?
Yeah, it was, I mean, it's really early in the season. I think I'm happy because I'm what I want to be. So the goals are pretty far. So today it was normal not to be at 100%. And yeah, it was a good race to start, maybe a bit easier. So I'm happy to come here and do that race.
And very different conditions today from what you raced in on Friday in the short track. That was dry and sunny, a little bit less, a little bit more European maybe today.
Yeah, it was quite strange to manage the terrain because it's a strange one. It's not the one we are used to in Europe, in Italy. So I think in the first 2 or 3 laps, all the riders were looking to know, like, to understand how the tire and the terrain answer. And I mean, it was a bit sketchy at the beginning, to be fair.
Well, you're through it. You've made history amongst your fellow racers here at HERO Abu Dhabi. So what's next for you?
Now there's a big block of training, and then I will be starting the Europe season in Italy, in Albenga. And yeah, I'm happy to came here, and I hope to be back in the future.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations today, Martina Berta, third place at HERO Abu Dhabi.
Noel Berry of Switzerland second, Martina Berta third. A great race by Spezia to close that gap. Only 6 seconds down on the final. Just a bit of analysis then on how Rebecca Henderson managed to pull that back. And you can see in that green zone all the way through. Zoe Cuthbert, the big loser, really. She put all that work in early on. You can see those 3 green time checks early on, and then lost 34 seconds in the last lap. Very difficult for her. Pedersen, too, slipping backwards as the time went on. But you should just go to see how hard Rebecca Henderson was pushing, because she's the only one in the green section in lap 6 there. 1 hour and 17 minutes, 41 seconds, the total race time today here at HERO Abu Dhabi at Hudayriyat Island, the first of many races here on this purpose-made track. I'm sure you can see all the construction work underneath the graphic. They're building an enormous settlement here in the background. There's over 2,000 trucks here building things. It's been an incredible race. An incredible venue to come to, and it just goes to show how serious they are here in Abu Dhabi. I hope you've enjoyed the racing here for HERO Abu Dhabi at Hudayriyat Island. Looking down on the race village. Next up on our programming will be the men's elite. And the big news there, or two big news, one is it's stop racing, and secondly, it's the debut mountain bike race at this level in C1 for Peter Sagan, 3 times world road champion, the only man to have consecutively won the jerseys. From me, David Reeve, and from my co-commentator, multiple champion Marco Fontana. We hope you enjoyed the racing. We'll see you for the men's elite. From HERO Abu Dhabi, Hudayriyat Island, bye for now.
Cheers, and see you in a little bit for the men's race.
Welcome back to Abu Dhabi, to Hudayriyat Island. This is the inaugural HERO Abu Dhabi. We are at Hudayriyat Island, just on the outskirts of Abu Dhabi's skyline. You can see before you and the immense amount of construction work that they're doing, creating even more lush and green places on this side. Hudayriyat Island is the purpose-made sporting complex that the X-Trail mountain bike trail sits in the middle of, and today's race route is part of that X-Trail. It's 5.4 kilometers. The story of this morning has been that it has been raining all morning, on and off. It's made for a pretty wet, sticky track. Not necessarily as slippery as you'd think, because the compact sand stays down a little bit more. There's the lap length, 5.4 kilometers, only 70 meters of climbing. Number of laps for the men, 7. That's what it looked like yesterday in the bright sunshine. It's been a little bit more damp this morning. We had the women's race earlier, won by Rebecca Henderson of Australia, the Oceanic Continental Champion. A very emphatic victory as well. She rode away from Martina Berta, and second place, Neil Burry. Here's the track then. And joining me, David Reeve, in the commentary booth is multiple national champion and Olympic bronze medalist Marco Fontana, who can take you through this a lot better than I can.
Ciao ragazzi, hello everyone, here's Marco Fontana, and this is the cross-country race. The men's will compete right now. It's just 70 meters of climbing, but I tell you what, it's tough as hell because lots of berms, corners, little bits and pieces, technical sections. They actually build up a nice course for like a racing point of view. We've seen it in the girls, and the first part is pretty rolling. Then you get into this hero challenge where the spectators area is you know, technical and steep, and then the last bit is a bit more flowy again with some really nice corners before the finish line. This is where the magic happens. This is where the action happens. So we've seen it in the girls, we've seen it in the short track on Friday, and yeah, 7 laps for the boys, so let's see what happens.
Well, it's always about starting in a mountain bike race. That doesn't matter if you're an old school mountain biker like me or one of the younger guns and multiple champion like Marco. It's all about the start. Let's see how they manage today.
Lots of boys, lots of guys in the start grid, so it's going to be even more important, as you just said, as you just mentioned.
Yeah, they had a short track race, the XCC, on Friday to qualify. Well, I'd say qualify, they're already qualified, but to grid themselves up. 8 across the front. They can pick where they want to be along this front 8. But as you can see, the lines on the start area there grid them up into sections of 8. And it's pretty important to be somewhere near the front.
Yeah, very important to stay up in the front, and we know, I mean, Peter Sagan is the big name here, so multiple time, 3 times actually, world road champion, and you know, he came here for getting points, for competing with some of the best in the business, and we know how strong Peter is. But it's not easy to come back, you know, from road to mountain biking and be strong. So we see what he can do. What do you think?
Well, this is Filippo Fontana, ready for the Olympia team. Carabinieri Olympia, wearing number 4. Number 20 in the front row here is Sohill from the Scott team, number 23 rider.
Pretty strong in a sprint race in the short track.
Much, yeah. We're talking about Peter Sagan. He's going to come up at some point shortly to be seen by everybody, but he is the big name here. He's the big draw. This is Nadia Corridani of the Santa Cruz RockShox Pro Racing team. Again, they've got a very strong presence here this weekend. The Santa Cruz team. Quick glimpse there of Gustav Pedersen, number 19. That's Joffrey Colol of the Coloma team. The Spanish rider. He's done well to get on the front row, I have to say. Riding for BH, Bastegui brothers. One of the oldest, or they are the oldest bicycle manufacturer in Spain, from the Basque country. Number 18, Thomas Licha of Lapia Mavic Unity. He's the current Swiss cross-country champion. There's some real class riders here, all the way through the men's and women's competition. This is a man really to watch out for. This is Luca Pradot of the Santa Cruz RockShox team. The current national Italian champion, as you can see by the jersey there. So I've seen him out 3 times training already this weekend on this course, and he'll be aware that there are some really big riders behind. You can see in the 3rd row back, look, just behind the shoulder of the Italian champion is Peter Sagan. Not on the front row, but you could see him just behind. There, you can catch a little glimpse of him. Just between the shoulders of Daniele of the Carabinieri Olympia team and the Santa Cruz rider. All the introductions of the front row done, but the name on everybody's lips is Peter Sagan there at the top. 3 times a world road champion. Lots of riders have won the, well, not lots, but a number of riders have won the World Road Championship 3 times. But Peter Sagan is the only man to have won it on consecutive years. And just look at the depth of field here. Ben Oliver's been very fast around here, so is Michael Foster this weekend. Liche in the front row. Geoffrey Cololastape is on that front row. Ethan Rose looking fast here, as was Wilson. It's probably true to say that some of the Antipodeans are very fast because they have a good winter season training. Here we come. Way to go. This is the inaugural HERO Abu Dhabi at Hudayriyat Island, and a very fast start straight away. Sagan will be wanting to get up there quite quickly. There's this transition from the tarmac to the sand, and they're into the first bend.
Yeah, first transition from the tarmac to the sand is pretty grippy right there, so it's good to go. The men started off pretty fast as always, but I guess they're going to control the race, at least in the first part. Also, it's going to be, I mean, we mentioned before, Sagan, he didn't have, you know, a good start position. We say deep in the field. So he needs to move on right now in the first lap, because then when the race really, you know, gets warm, then you have to be up there.
We'll talk about it a little bit now, because the race is just sort of evening out as they sort of try and make their way up through the field or try and jostle for position in the first lap. But Sagan coming back to mountain bike racing. For those of you who've just followed him on the road, and there may be a whole generation of people who've never been into mountain biking who don't realize that Peter Sagan started off in mountain biking. He was a world junior champion. In fact, he was a teammate of yours when you...
Yeah. It was a teammate in 2009. You know, he came from cyclocross and mountain biking, and then some of the, you know, the big names on the road, they spotted him and they wanted him to go into the Liquigas team. So we've been teammates for like, you know, half a year pretty much, because he was competing for Liquigas, but at the same time for Cannondale Factory Racing, the team where I've been for 8 years and where I actually won the most in my career. And it was funny to see such a young gun, you know, really mad. He was going flat out, destroying wheels and frames, and he was really all over the place. He loved mountain biking since then, and you know, he's one of these guys that he won so much on the road, but he always spent a good word for mountain biking. He always said, yes, I'm racing on the road because, you know, celebrities, because of these big races, Tour de France and so on, but he always said, well, if you ask me, the best I like to do is mountain biking. And he's, you know, getting position and position. And now that, you know, after, you know, all this career, he decided to end his career racing mountain bike again, because this is what he loves the most. And we see if he can make it to, you know, some good position and eventually possibly to Olympics.
He got a bit boxed in at the start. There he is, right towards the back. Look there. Just going through 2/3 of the way back, and he really lost out on the start there. That's not great. I mean, he's coming back to it after a long time. Must be a bit of a shock. I mean, yeah, he came from mountain biking, but this is not what he's used to, and this is a fast and furious course. In fact, a lot of the riders here won't be used to this sort of course. It's very much like an Olympic-style course, spectator-orientated, very quick, on-off the gas. We were talking in the ladies' race. This is almost like a criterium race, and problems already. There's no way you can get 3 people through there. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. That is a single track. But this is the problem.
But you know what? The big fight is always in the back of the peloton. So you're going to see this, you know, overtake that are not really allowed, because I saw some of the riders passing left and right where the, you know, the signs were obviously to stay in the middle. So always the big fight in the back all the time is the same. You know, when they used to say it's easier to race in the front, it's true, I promise you what. I've been racing in the back and in the front, and it's way easier in the front.
It is. I remember when I first got a coach years and years ago, he said from the start, he said, you just, Dave Smith, who was the Olympic coach, British Olympic coach at the time, and he said, you're just not fast enough, because if you can't get off the start fast, you'll just be in a fight for the rest of the race. And that's exactly what happens, and you can see it already. In fact, you saw poor old Faraz Shokri of the Iranian from the Faraz Academy sort of lurking around the back there, going, ooh, I'm not sure I like this. It was a bit of a bun fight in there, as we say in the UK.
They are pushing up at the front, eh? They are pushing, and I saw some of the Italians doing well, like Filippo Fontana, Italian national champions, and he just competed at World Championship, Cyclocross World Championship in Tabor, the one won by Mathieu van der Poel and other names that everyone knows because, you know, he races cyclocross, mountain bike, roads. And yeah, I mean, Filippo Fontana is one of these young Italian guys that could do well just because, as I said, comes from a good winter cyclocross season. So he might be in shape for this one.
Nice shot of Gustav Pedersen, the Dane. It just shows how quickly they're taking these berms. They are really, really going for it out of the saddle. Here we are. This is Peter Sagan just going through the shot there. He was caught up in that little fracas in there. Quickly back on his bike. At least he's ahead of this lot. Yeah, going around the outside. Once you're off your bike, it's a disaster here. But there are these little rock sections that they put in. And look how spread out the field is now already. Unlike the women's race where we had essentially two groups from the middle of lap one. We had a group of about 8 to 10 riders at the front and then the rest. Now we've got riders all over the place. And this is the first of the splits. They are really motoring into the challenge, the Hero Challenge. The fastest rider up here of any category, amateur or professional, obviously split into male and female, get €1,000.
Yeah, why not? Huh? It's pretty interesting how they put some, you know, proper prize money in this race, and everyone is even more motivated. You know, for sure. You know, coming into a new place, having a new track, and you said kind of Olympic style of terrain and format is good, but of course also, you know, prize money, it's pretty big, 20,000 for the winner, men or women. So
yep, €20,000 if you win this race, and that's a lot of money. I think that is probably the largest ever prize, first prize, or the largest ever prize pot for a cross-country race ever. This is going great. Got to Pedersen at the front, the 2022 European champion, and he's I think he's the current Danish champion. He's really pushing the pace on, and there's not really any groups forming yet, other than they're all spread out all over the place. We've got a sort of leading group of about 5 or 6, but it's not a compact group in any way, Marco.
No, not yet. We need to see what happens at the finish line, because if some of the big dogs goes out and strong, then the groups will be splitted. But if not, you know, they're gonna regroup again, and it's gonna be a good chance for Luca Braidot, that didn't have a good start, for Peter Sagan to get back into the leading group. Liche, I mean, we've seen him really strong for the short track race on Friday. He won it, and it looks comfortable. It looks fast. I mean, we know he's really fast in these sprint races, so fast rolling races. So he's, I think, the one to beat. But again, here we have Filippo Fontana, then Nadir Coledani, and then Culele Stabda from Spain, Avondetto, Braidot. So a lot of names, and they're all strong. So we'll see what happens.
Last rider in your shot there in the orange was Gregor Rago.
The track here in Abu Dhabi, or in general, the atmosphere here is really super nice for sports. I like it really much. When you have such a high level in sport in Switzerland, you always need to train harder, you need to race harder, that you stay at the front of a nation. And I think that keeps the Swiss nation to one of the strongest mountain bikes nations in the world. My shape for February is, I think, already pretty good. I had some good training camps over the winter, and it was really nice to win the short track yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to the cross country tomorrow.
Right, yeah, we've seen he's in good shape. He was very quick in the short track. This is the more technical section now that we're coming into for the first time. Looks like they're sort of really beginning to consolidate a little bit. We saw some rocks earlier. There's a section of about 4 or 5 rocks, but here it gets really tight. The women will have churned this up a little bit. This is about the only rutted section. Oh, a bit of a problem for Glenda of Norway.
Let's see if they show us kind of a slow-mo, but I guess that wood section might have took him out.
Yeah, there's a log section, or we call it a log section. It's actually a ramp with some steps down the other side, which on a dry day would be nice, but today could be a bit slippy. So they put a section around the outside where you can go if you want to do so. Now they're beginning to come together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks like 10 riders there. About to be joined by another 3. That is our first real group. But it's unsurprising, isn't it, Marco, that in the first lap everybody goes, you know, full gas to see if they can establish a position. Then they settle down a little bit.
Absolutely. I think they're going to slow down now, especially because I've been outside before and it's windy. So they're going to slow down and they're going to regroup. I guess the two guys, Peter Fagaral and Daniele Braidot, they're going to get back into this leading group. Here you see the boys, they are doubling these jumps where girls were just rolling by. So, yeah, I feel they're going to regroup a little bit. The first loop wasn't that fast. It's 10 minutes 28 at the moment. So it's going to be around about 11 minutes. They can absolutely go faster than this.
Yeah, the question is, what will the tactics be here? Now, we saw in the women's race how this circuit rides with groups of riders. It's really interesting. If you're not used to this sort of Olympic-style short course format, which is really built for spectators and high-speed racing and, you know, really exciting racing. It's a sort of cross between mountain biking and a bit of BMX with some, you know, jumps in there and doubling up and things. But it's more like a criterium race, really, on the road.
It really is. So you need to play tactics. You need to spend less energy possible, but at the same time staying up in the front and, you know, and just understand who's strong, who feels, who you think is fast. So big group, but I guess it could be even bigger now, because now it's a point where staying up in the front means wins. And here we go, the group with Peter Sagan, Lucas Flukiger coming strong back. I think they could potentially close the gap.
Yeah, that's what they're really working to do. It was only a 13-second gap. They slowed down in the front. No panic by the riders behind. They've got to work hard, obviously, but they're all in really good shape. Gustav Pedersen leading them over the line first, but a real strong group. A number of Australians and New Zealanders in the front group. They've come in with good shape. Oliver and South Africans as well. Anybody from the Southern Hemisphere, they've already had a good season where they can train for this. They come in early season quite well.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've seen it also in the girls. I mean, OC won, Henderson won the race, and here as well, we see some of the, guys coming from South Africa and Australia and New Zealand pretty strong. But again, Switzerland played well in the short track, and we know how much time they spend in South Africa. So we know Swisses are always in shape, no matter which month of the year you race. Yeah. Switzerland and Frenchies are the strongest, actually, mountain biking in the planet, or at least some of the strongest. So let's see. I saw Peter Sagan, Lucas Flukiger, and that second group coming back into the leading group. You'll see it shortly closing the gap, I feel.
Yeah, it looks that way. It looks as though they are.
They're not doubling the jumps. That means the speed is not high. And there we go. Flukiger came back, and Sagan as well.
Yep.
You know, if you see those waves, if they double those waves, means they are fast and they're jumping them. But if not, like now, it means they're not fast enough. So they're not really pushing.
It's going to be a group of, I think, it looks like I'm counting 21 there. They're probably going to come back together. That's a pretty big group, actually. I think there'll be some sort of push at some point for some riders to get away and make that group a bit smaller. It's too big to do anything at the moment. But the guys who are just joining on the back, they've got to fight to get up through there. You don't want to be on the back in a group of 20. You might think you're somewhere near the front, but you're really not. All it takes is, one section through the rocks or something to happen, and then you're stuck. So you want to be in the top 5, 6 all the way around.
Absolutely, and you see it now, like we've seen in the lap number 1. Once they go through the rocks, well, I'm laughing already. I tell you what, I am laughing already. But I see Sagan kind of keeping it cool and calm, even though he's not really in the front. So interesting to see. Normally he's kind of, you know, pretty aggressive in terms of riding mode. It's all Italy up in the front. Coledani, Braidotta, Filippo Fontana, then Licher, and all the rest. Now we see Sagan passing by.
Also in the Philip Booth of South Africa, just around Peter Sagan. Yeah, really pushing hard at the front. I think Coledani's just trying to pull it out a little bit more now. With Bredot just behind him. That's up, definitely up the pace. So 1, 2, 3 for Italy at the moment. Switzerland in 4th. Mentioning the nations a lot because, of course, although this is an Olympic qualifying event, you don't qualify as an individual. The points that you gain go towards the national qualifying total. And we won't know what the result is of who's going to be going and how many points nations have got until May, really.
Yeah.
But riders here, it's early season. This is an Olympic qualifying event. It's a good chance to get points on the board. And that's what Sagan's here for. He's here to try and help his nation to qualify. And it gives him a good chance of showing that he's capable and of riding at the Olympics. He's made no secret of wanting to ride at the Olympics and get an Olympic medal.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we know Tom Pidcock is the current Olympic champion, and we know how, you know, how much energy he used to compete in the, you know, in the mountain bike scene. I mean, Pidcock is one of the best road cyclists in the business as well. But a lot to see how, you know, how much he spent, how much time, and how he rides in the mountain bike scene. And so Pidcock, Sagan, Van der Poel, we don't know really yet. So it's interesting to see the scene really growing and all these big names coming to cross-country mountain biking and have, you know, have a chance to grab a medal or to, you know, to compete with some of the best in the business is always helpful, I think, for the scene, for these riders, you know, which are really well known, but maybe not as famous as, you know, Van der Poel, Pidcock, Sagan, and so on.
All spread out again.
Here you go, boys. We can see everyone behind
The odd riders as Nadia Coledani keeps pushing on. And behind him, Luca Bredot in the national champions jersey of Italy. There's about sort of 4 bike lengths between them. And he's definitely pushing on Coledani as he goes into the Hero Challenge hill. Greg, the Swiss rider, has the fastest time up here so far. Bredot, Fontana, then Licher, the first non-Italian rider, then 2 Antipodeans, then Pedersen, the Dane. Sort of the Norwegian in there as well. Peter Sagan, 18th spot.
Yeah.
He's gradually easing up. He's finding little ways around, but it's a real problem. There's only about 2 or 3 places on this course where you can do sensible passing. As Fontana goes past Bredot there into 2nd spot. So still an Italian 1, 2, 3 at the top, but it's difficult to find places to go past. There are occasions you can go around. If you have the speed, you can go around these little ramps at the moment.
I tell you what, it's going to be, like in the girls, it's going to be tough to make a gap because the wind is playing a big part of the game and the course is fast. So I guess it's going to be tight, you know. No mistakes has to be done from the riders, and they have to keep going and playing tactics big time. So Bredot for sure is really strong in that. Licher as well. Sagan has some chances to come back up in the front. I'm not sure how much, you know, he could gain, but I think he could be somewhere in the top, you know, 10, 8 very soon.
Well, let's hope. Let's see. A lot of people will be watching this because they're Peter Sagan fans. Interesting, you know, we know what sort of athlete he is on the road. Marco, just tell us, I mean, this is not the sort of mountain biking that I would know from my mountain biking past. It's not like mountain marathon or enduro with big hills, but it's completely different. What sort of athlete do you have to be to excel in this?
you have to be powerful, of course, and you have to be, you know, you have to have the rhythm, because here is all about the rhythm. You know, you could be strong in that small bit of the Hero Challenge, you know, where you know, it's like 5 seconds or 10 seconds, but then you really have to push all over the race, you know, for like 1.5 hours. So recovery is important, and power is also really important. So.
Well, the Italians 1, 2, 3 at the moment at the front hip, with Fontana pushing on now ahead of Coledani. And we caught up with some riders yesterday, of course. Ben Oliver from New Zealand, riding for Denver Disruptors, the current Oceanic under 23, under 23 champion.
Yeah, New Zealand is...
I just wanted to experience something new. Looked like an epic event and a wicked chance to check out a new country and see what it was all about. We're lucky being from New Zealand. It's summer, so been having a good time in New Zealand. Can't beat a New Zealand summer, and straight into some warm weather here, so it's been really good. It's going to be a furious race out there. Track's super fast. I'm really impressed with the job they've done. And yeah, it's going to be a combination of tactical and seeing who's there near the finish, and hard efforts over the hill and keeping it smooth, because it's tricky to get everything right out there.
I think that it's more tricky than it looks like.
Well, he's not wrong. Here's Oliver. It's more tricky than it would appear on the surface. The surface looks fairly calm, doesn't it, really? But technical, definitely. Fast, absolutely. And just that added element of a bit of water being thrown down from the skies today. But interestingly, Marco, you know, we were talking about it earlier. Sometimes the rain can make this sort of course actually easier to ride, can make it grippier.
In terms of grip, of course, because, you know, it's kind of sandy, hard compact. And if this race would be made out of dirt and not sand, would be super sleepy at the moment with a little bit of rain on top. But normally the sand is more compact and grippy. So yes, most of the time is better. And I spoke with riders and they said absolutely the same. I spoke with Nadir Coledani and Luca Braidot early on. After a loop of practice, just a couple of corners are more slippery, but all in all, it's pretty good. So it should be okay for the riders. But what Ben was saying from New Zealand is that the track in general, you know, dry or wet, it is more technical and difficult than what it looks, because of the speed, because of the rhythm, because of the pace. And yeah, I was also mentioning how New Zealand is playing their role into cycling at the moment. They're building a lot of bike parts, and lots of riders are, you know, coming really strong from mountain biking, cross country, or downhill, or enduro, or road.
And one of those riders is Ethan Rose, who's our new front runner here. 7 times a race winner on the circuit. He's, I think, 2 times a junior national champion. Oh, juggling some one of the riders, one of the Spanish riders, I think, juggling some gels, making sure he didn't drop them. He's really pushing on hard now. First time we've not seen the Italians ride at the front, and Luca Braidot, the Italian champion, has been sort of distanced a little bit, pushed back, and the pace has really gone up. Thank you, Ethan Rose from New Zealand, then we'll be saying. There's Sargent going through. Ooh, there's a long way back. 21 seconds back, and he doesn't look comfortable to me.
No. I mean, I saw him in the short track, and he was struggling a bit to gain speed. So out of the corner, he was a bit struggling. But I felt today could have been better. Not yet. Let's see if, you know, that road background comes in, and, you know, by having Ks and Ks, it gets better and better. But I tell you what, mountain biking cross country nowadays, it is tough. It is tough, even
fast.
if your name, you know, if your name is Peter Sagan.
Yeah, that's always the thing, isn't it? I mean, he won't be. I doubt he'll be feeling the weight of expectation upon him. But of course, everybody else here is looking at Peter Sagan and wondering what's going to go on. There's your top 10 so far. You mentioned Lucas Flukiger was getting back in there. He is. He's 3 seconds back on the leader at the moment, Ethan Rose.
Lucas Flukiger is actually the brother of Matthias Flukiger, World Cup overall winner, World Cup winner, and silver medalist at Olympic Games, at Worlds. So he's pretty strong, I tell you what.
It's looking out over Dubai. Sorry,
all
over Abu Dhabi.
All in all, sorry, I feel Peter Sagan, if he finished in position 3 or 25, it doesn't matter. I mean, I think everyone should be happy to have Peter here, and it's cool to see Peter coming back to cross-country mountain biking and trying hard to get the best he can. But we should be happy anyway to have such a legend, really, because I remember when he was racing Tour de France, and nothing to take out from Froome or those guys, but I used to say when he was racing Tour de France and winning the green jersey, for me he was the winner of Tour de France. He was the guy really that you were following Tour de France because of him, because of the attack and the descent and the craziness, So Peter is a rock star. I feel.
No, he is the rock star. But I remember meeting him for the first time years and years ago when he just signed with Livemotion, and he was this shy 19-year-old, but always behind the eyes. You could see he was calculating, he was thinking, he wanted it. He hardly spoke any English, he hardly spoke any Italian, and he was just finding his feet, but all the ways he wanted it. It's great that he wants to come back to mountain biking, and he is going to find it difficult. Everybody who has to make a transition from one thing to another finds it difficult, but he's got that depth of experience. He knows his own body, he knows his own abilities, and this sort of Olympic course, once he gets his head round it, should suit him.
Yeah, absolutely. And he this winter really tried to gain some speed in the technique part. He always been a good technique rider, but obviously bikes are changing. Here we see a nice double from the New Zealand guy. So bikes are changing. The way of your ride, the way of riding of your mountain bike is different now. All the bikes are full suspended and rubber seat post and pretty long and slack head angles. So it means you have to ride a bicycle a bit more forward than what you did in the past. Back in the 90s, they always say, okay, stay behind your seat, and kind of keep the weight in the back. Right now, it's not like this. You have to stay kind of in the center of the bicycle and try to ride your bike with the front end, because it's slack and you have to put weight in the front to grip, to descend and so on. So he wanted to, and he did some proper training camp in France and in South Africa. I think riding-wise, he gained something. Speed-wise, he still needs to work on his.
Yeah, they're very, very different, the bikes now to when, even when Peter Sagan was riding as a junior, but certainly from the last sort of 20-odd years, that seat angle is way more forward than it would have been when he was riding earlier. The weight of the rider is being put on the saddle in the middle of the bike rather than further back, as it was back, as you say, in the 90s, and those head angles are a lot slacker. One time they were, especially at the end of the rigid period, and when you were first going into suspension, mainly pioneered by RockShox and Marzocchi and things, it was pretty steep head angles, but now it's a totally different beast.
Yeah, funny to see this cat and mouse game between Braidot and Licher. We all know these two are the strongest in the field, and you're gonna see different guys up in the front, different guys in the back, but you're gonna see the whole race, those two, back to back. Braidot, Licher. They're gonna play all the way because they know those two are that they are the strongest.
At the moment, it's two New Zealanders who are pushing the pace at the front. Ben Oliver and Ethan Rose, and then there's Braidot and Licher just behind them. So Swiss and Italian in the third and fourth spot, but the two New Zealanders are pushing the pace at the front.
New Zealand again is a good, really good countries for mountain biking and cycling in general. In the past, you know, we had some really strong road riders from especially Australia, you know, having those races early on in the season, you know, like a few years back. But now mountain biking is growing so much. You know, we have a lot of Red Bull events like Crankworks, Rotorua. Now we have Red Bull Hardline in Tasmania. So even, you know, different disciplines like, you know, downhill, enduro, and slopestyle and so on. So, and the guys down there are really cool. I've been to New Zealand and Australia several times. I really love the atmosphere and the way they love sports, you know.
They do. I mean, they're relaxed and very serious at the same time. I mean, we were talking yesterday about the. It's amazing there aren't more Americans at this sort of discipline, at this sort of level. The Australians are always very, very serious. Licha moves up into second spot. He was using the two New Zealanders as a sort of springboard to get up there, and he put some distance into Bredot, and Bredot's going backwards at the moment. And I wonder if there's a bit of an issue or whether he's just suddenly feeling the pace. There he is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back. I'm very surprised about that, but Licha took the turn. Peter Sagan just playing on the banks there, having a bit of fun.
Yeah, went all the way to the top of the berm, and normally you do it to get some speed, but he's struggling. He's struggling big time, and it's just lap 3 of 7. It's going to be tough to make it all the way to the finish, but he needs to, you know, keep fighting. And there's a little bit of a gap, Ben Oliver and Thomas Licha. Obviously, if you put the pace, you know, if you put the hammer down, you can make a gap, but I thought it would have been kind of more a close race. But Ben Oliver is in big shape and trying his best to, you know, make a gap of 2. Obviously, if they could do like a 2-3 men's race up in the top, you know, they could play together, and in a race like this, they could, you know, make some gaps and some work together, a bit like on the road, a bit like on the crits, like we spoke before.
Is the current Oceanic champion, Ben Oliver. This is the Hero Challenge climb. a bit of a flyer up there. Whee! That's hard work getting up there. Look at Ben Oliver is pushing on. Licha is just using that. He's been sitting behind him, not taking the pace at all. He's going to sit there. Let him drag him out if he can stick on the wheel of Ben Oliver. Oh, whoa. Yeah. That's the first time we've seen something there. And you can't afford to lose a wheel on this course. Oh, I think Ethan Rose has seen that now and is chasing after.
So what happened here? It happened that the sand, they pulled with the tires. You know, they were carrying with the tires after this little left hand was kind of softly into that hard compact terrain, and then it gets slippy. They could even lose the front, but we just saw, luckily, the rear wheels spinning. Mamma mia, Ben Oliver flat out. Unbelievable.
He is. Leach is chasing.
Yeah.
He's lost a bit of time. I'm not sure Ben Oliver can keep that up over another 4 laps, that's for sure. But you never know. And Ethan Rose is out of the saddle trying to chase. Looks like he's giving it absolutely everything, which I think is, I don't know, maybe a bit of a mistake at this point. He's got a lot of racing still to go, which is working his way back up onto that wheel of Ben Oliver, having had a bit of a slide out there. And as you say, it's a case of, it's almost like, you know, smearing sand on tarmac, isn't it? You've got one hard-packed surface being sprinkled with something soft.
Flat out from Oliver, and Licha has to get back in the wheel because he's going to save some energy. You know, that this is a proper attack. And Licha, look, he's trying to close the gap, but still not completely in the back wheel of Ben Oliver. And they're going to go for lap number 4 of 7. Here's Peter Sagan.
He's a minute down on Ben Oliver. He's using this as a not a training ride, but an experience ride now. There's no way that he's going to figure in the top 3 or maybe even in the top 10 now. But he's a long way back, but he's got to learn again.
Very smart. Oliver and Licher getting, you know, the bottle, even though they were attacking. It's really important to drink and to get the gel because it is a proper race. You know, it doesn't look warm, but it is warm, and you really need to drink and get some gels. So top two, they are pushing a little bit. Big gap, a small gap, sorry, on Nathan Rosa and Navondetto, a young Italian former U23 world champion.
Yeah, that's a good ride by him. He's got onto the wheel of Ethan Rose, past Luca Bredot, past Fontana. He's worked his way through the field. He's gained about 4 or 5 places, which is good riding. There goes Colula Steppe, the Spanish rider. Now this is an area that we may see some real action towards the end if they come down to a mass sprint, because it's a hairpin turn into the final 50 meters or so. We saw yesterday in the amateur races, of course they're way not as experienced as these guys, but we saw some guys going flat out into the hairpin bend and then straight into the barriers on the other side. They just overcooked it. But it happens at a really top level in the British Gravel Championships a couple of years ago. It's exactly what happened. The top 3 riders together, in fact the third place rider took the crown because the first 2 were fighting each other into the last corner and ran into the barriers. So, you know, it's like a schoolboy error right at the end. The last place you want to do it.
Cycling, though, a lot of things can happen.
Yeah, interesting.
We saw the top 2 still gaining some seconds, and the group, I think, behind, kind of closing each other. Look at the real wheel spinning. That was a big spin, a good save by Thomas Licher, who's a really professional and very good skilled cross-country Swiss rider.
Yeah, I think it was that back wheel was still off the ground, wasn't it? He was already pedaling when the back wheel was off the ground. It got to the back, got back on the ground again, and spun out. There he is. He's back.
I know it. You know, I know Licher pretty well, and I know he would not give a hand to Ben Oliver. He's in the wheel and not, you know, not wasting any energy, even though he could, you know, easily give a pull as well, but he is not. He's just saving energy. Pretty smart, Swiss.
Big shout out to our camera bike rider as well. Look, there he is. 3rd spot. He's got to stay with these guys. That's not a job I'd want to do.
No.
And obviously he doesn't ride around all the time with them, but that's pretty good going.
Yeah. And I guess he doesn't have any money if he finished top 3, so
no.
He needs to stay in touch.
Gets paid the meager salary of a camera bike rider. Now you see, this is a great shot from the drone. You can see about this flowing aspect of the course. It's left, right, up, down, up, down. This is one of the few sections when you can actually really, just before the rocks, when you can overtake. And now you're into sort of little single track. You can't really get through there more than one at a time.
It's going to be not easy for the second group to chase back the 2 leaders because on a fast course, 5-6 seconds is a lot. So if Thomas Licher helps a little bit Ben Oliver, I think the race will be decided by these 2. If not, well, then we could see something different.
So just talk us through that. You've just said if Licher helps him out. I mean, lots of people who watch road racing, they'll understand the concept of groups of riders working together to help each other, but it's slightly different here. How does it work?
It's slightly different, but not much into a race like this. Like we said, just 70 meters of altitude climbing in this race means it is still super tough, but it's a lot flat and there's a lot of wind. So, you know, helping is important. And if you are Ben Oliver in the lead, you could say, look, you know, you don't want to push. I was the guy that made the gap, and I could be the guy that now slows down. If you don't want to push, well, no problem. I wait. The group is back together again, and I can do another push, you know. So, and Licher is an experienced rider, so he doesn't want to spend any energy. Look at Bredot, really in pain, in pain.
That's it. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone, and it doesn't look like he wants to push anymore. He's just cruising, really.
Yep, that looks like he's blown to me.
Yeah.
But we shall see. For those of you who are not familiar with the tech and the bikes and so on this race, you've never seen it before, do not worry. The front fork leg of Ben Oliver's bike has not fallen off. That is a Cannondale lefty. That is just one fork on there, single-sided hub fixing.
Yeah, I was racing for Canada for many years, and now I'm racing and riding for Scott Bikes. And I tell you what, that fork works. And we used to say, you know, it's like a Ducati, you know, a Ducati has a rear single piece, so you know, it works.
Single-sided swing arm.
Yeah, single-sided. Sorry.
Yeah. Licha is just letting Ben Oliver do all the work at the moment. There's still 3 laps to go. Maybe the gap is coming down a little bit, but it looks like it in this section always, because this is the technical section. High on the berm for Ben Oliver, trying to get as much speed as possible into this climb. That's beautiful riding. Oh, Licha's strong. He's strong. He's just sitting there. He's just sitting there.
Yeah, absolutely. But I have to say, Ben Oliver is not pushing. At the moment, he understood that, look how fast they go down this descent. Oliver knows that Licha doesn't want to push, and so he's kind of riding, racing, and see what happens. So I think, you know, they're playing both. And again, New Zealand is a strong community of strong riders. We've seen Sam Gaze winning silver medalist at World Championship in UK, in Glasgow, where Pidcock won. And I tell you, Gaze is strong. He could, you know, he was actually the fastest during the last lap. So New Zealand is a big country for mountain bike racing. And I think Ben Oliver is one of these kids that can play a big role on it.
Yeah, I think they are definitely coming back behind him, but they're having to work hard. And the other 2 are just sort of cruising. But it is a bit like road riding in the sense. It's a little bit of a dangerous game. You do not want too many of the ultra-experienced, ultra-strong riders to catch you, to be with you, because then you'll end up with a group of 5, 6... Oh, hang on a minute.
This is Lucas Oh, no, this is not. Yeah, I think he had a flat tire, or...
Yeah.
Because he's kind of...
Timo Rug.
Yeah.
Of Austria. He was the fastest man up the challenge climb at one point. He's not fastest anywhere at the moment. Looked like a dropper post was stuck as well.
Not sure we didn't see
well
the picture.
So it's so great to watch top mountain bike riders. The same as cyclocross riders. It's a beautiful thing to watch. They are so fluid.
Yeah. I agree. I was racing for many years. I competed in 3 Olympic Games, and when you're racing, you know, you don't really. I mean, you feel the speed, you love it, and it's nice. And now we're watching the split of the men elite: Oliver Licha, List, and Ethan Rose, Avondetto, Filippo Fontana. But when you stop racing, then you know you kind of think like, well, it was cool, but so many things are cool in life. I do something different, and then when you come back and see what the guys do, and this is exactly what you did in the past, it looks wonderful. And I used to say, when you go and watch live the start of a World Champs or World Cup, you kind of, you know, like you're shaking, you know, you kind of, man, this is impressive.
And I think if you've not ridden, well, anybody who's raced at any level, but when you ride at the really top level, when that happens to you and you go back to that, it's a feeling you can't tell anybody about. You don't, unless you've done it, it's difficult to describe.
I agree.
I remember my first Grundig World Cup race. Years and years ago, and I remember I lined up on the front with all the big stars of that period. Rider pulling out. That's Gregor Ragel.
Another rider pulling out. Interesting. We should, you know, talk with these guys afterwards and see what happened. You know, if they really, the rhythm is so high that then you have an explosion, you know. I don't understand.
I think some of the riders are exactly doing that. Our camera rider gets on the back there sprinting. I think it's exactly what's happening. They're just, you know, the pace is very high. But also, I think if some of these guys have got any technical difficulties, the pace is so high that some of them go, well, I'm not going to be in the top 10 for prize money. I'm not going to get any points particularly. Maybe I'll just stop here. Maybe they just don't feel so good.
Yeah, I mean, UCI point for C1 here in Abu Dhabi. Maybe has cramps or something, Luca Braidot. Maybe he had a crash. We didn't see it yet, but he's not able to keep racing.
No, he was suffering at one point earlier. But the strongest possibly the strongest rider in the race, apart from this man in second place here, Lice. They're pretty much on a par out of the race. The Italian national champion, that is big, big news for this race.
Oh, my.
That's a surprise.
Yeah, that's a surprise. Yeah, absolutely. Here we see Filippo Fontana, which is at the moment the best Italian in the race. As I said, he comes from a good, short but good cyclocross season. He competed at the Cyclocross Worlds in Tabor, and the camera guy pulled out. So he's in good position, but the other Italians are kind of struggling at the moment.
Except for Avondato, he's doing really well.
Yeah.
For a young guy, he's doing very well indeed. Lice, I tell you what, Ben Oliver looks more comfortable than Lice.
Mamma mia, yes.
That's a big gap. That's a big gap.
And as I told you before, if if they play a bit together, the gap can only grow. Even though, again, lap 5, so 3 to go, and it's still Ben Oliver. Let's see if Lice goes up in the front. He has to, but he doesn't do it. He does not do it.
You know, I think there was a little bit of a look behind there going, hey, come on. There was almost the roadie flick of the elbow saying, come on, come and do some work. Come and help me out here. But he didn't, but he declined to do so.
I mean, Swisses are tough to compete to, I tell you. There's a reason why they win so much. They know exactly what to do and when to do it. I mean, Nino Schurter is, the greatest of all time, winning, world champs, Olympic gold, silver, bronze, and all these titles. And yeah, they know how to play.
They do. They always did.
Look again, back in pace. He looked like he was pulling out, but then he's back in the game. Because I was saying that in a C1 race, top 15 guys they make points. So it's important to finish in the top 15 to make UCI points.
We saw Luca Bredot pulled out. The Bredot you saw coming over the line there, so you're not confused, is Daniele Bredot.
The twins.
I bet Luca wishes he had Daniele's legs today because Daniele is in this group.
This is for the podium. This is for position number 3 in the race.
At the moment, it doesn't look like anybody's going to close these two down because they're looking very comfortable. Look at this.
Synchronized.
Yeah, perfectly synchronized.
But this, it tells you exactly that they are on point. Getting the bottle, getting the gels, and, starting for another lap. This is what cross-country mountain biking is also all about. Knowing how much carbo you have to take, how much strings and everything.
First time the Swiss takes the first position. Doing a bit of work now. Ben Oliver will be happy with that. They're looking behind, swapping over again.
Already.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It's like on the road, as you said, when you give a push, but you give it for like 50 meters.
Yeah,
just
and then you go off again.
Yeah.
yeah. It's been getting some coaching from the roadies.
Hey, maybe, I just said maybe. Ben Oliver is really on a great shape and he has more in the tank, this could be possible. But again, I know the Swisses, I know Licher, they played smart. So let's see.
Well, the gap down to the chasing riders looked a little bit less visually. And we shall see if that's actually the case when we get a time split. But here we go, look. Sneaky, that's sneaky. Do you know what? Ben Oliver looks over his shoulder to see where the chasing riders are. Thomas Licher sees him do it and takes the opportunity to drop back again to let Ben Oliver take the pace. Oh, that's crafty.
Love the manual of Ben Oliver. That is very good in technical skills as well. Manualing is when, you pass the whoop with one wheel, the rear wheel, obviously, and you decided not to kind of follow the waves, not to doubling, but manualing the jumps.
Yeah.
Here the two Italians, Avodato and Filippo Fontana. Same surname, but we come from different places, myself and Filippo. but happy to see my surname somewhere up at the top. Of course. Even though I'm sitting and commentating with you. There's one guy missing, as I saw in the picture. There were 4. The group of chasing.
Yeah, Ethan Rose has dropped off. Ethan Rose, the other New Zealander, who put in a really, really big effort to push back. Was Avandatos in there? I didn't see. David List, the German. That's a good ride by him in this chasing group. I mean, they don't seem to be making any ground at all, but there's a particular group of chasers there. List going through. Avandato and Fontana. There is Ethan Rose. There he is.
Track Future Racing, which is kind of a side team compared to Track Factory Racing, which is the official track team. You know, where the big dogs are. Yolanda Neff, you know, Olympic champion, and then a lot of other strong names in the cycling business. Track Future Racing is a smaller team, let's say, where you know the young guns.
Team.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So all of these riders, I've not seen a rider. There was one in the women's race, but I haven't seen any of the men riding hardtails on this at all. I mean, it's an option, but the problem is when you're choosing your bike, you've got to stick to your choice, haven't you? Once you've said I'm going to ride a hardtail, that's it. Even if the weather conditions change.
Well, let's say in the World Cup, the bike you pick in the short track has to be the bike you use in the elite race, cross country race. Not sure here. So what it means? It means that, you know, if there's a really fast... Oh, another
he's done it again.
Little mistake for Licher. If you have a short track which is really, really fast, you pick a hardtail, then you have to take the hardtail for the race on Sunday. Here, you have to mention that if you train the whole year with a full suspension bike, well, you know, choosing the hardtail, it is an option, but of course, you're not going to be as good in technique, you know, in energy spent on this bike, how much it costs you to ride this bike for the whole race. So
anybody who's used to riding mainly enduro or downhill mountain, full suspension mountain bikes wouldn't know what's hit them if they ride one of these. They weigh next to nothing, these bikes. What, 8.5, 9 to 9.5 kilos? These bikes.
Yeah, so now 2 hardtails. I think the Spanish guy is on a hardtail from BH Coloma team, and as well Lucas Flukiger. The only 2 riders in the top, let's say 15, 20, that are racing a hardtail. But I also have to say that the Coloma team, I mean, BH has a good hardtail, and you know, the leader of the team is an experienced rider, and he's racing. He has been racing the hardtail for so long, so he
the top of the challenge. Sorry to interrupt. Did he pull a pedal? I think he might have pulled a pedal coming around here. What did he do?
No, he lost the front.
Oh yeah,
he lost the front again. So you know, possibly. I love this word in English. Possibly. He could be a little bit hard on pressure, because we didn't see any other riders like having losing traction.
Yeah,
you know.
Talk us through tire pressure here. I mean, what are the advantages and disadvantages of running on a higher or lower pressure compared to the terrain and the weather?
So obviously, terrain being hard, you want to have a harder tire pressure to have a better rolling, especially here that you don't have a lot of climbing, so you don't need that much traction in case of dry, obviously. Now that is a bit wet, you know, especially in places, having a hard pressure means it's more slippery. So, you know, a lower pressure gives you more traction, obviously, front and rear. Because we saw Licher losing the front and losing the rear. It means to me, just as a look, that it could be a little bit higher in pressure compared to the competitors. This could, as an adventure, as an advantage, could give him more, less effort, like less energy spent in the race. But, I mean, he doesn't have to do any other mistakes because one big mistake could cost him a lot. I think Ben Oliver will not wait for him.
No, I don't think so. Interesting, I think, when I look at Licha pedaling as well, I think his gearing is slightly higher than Ben Oliver's. Ben Oliver's cadence is a little bit quicker than Licha's. I don't know whether that's always a personal preference. Have a look here again. Nope, nope. Oh, yeah, but look, it's slippy again, yeah?
It's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard in pressure. It's hard in pressure, yeah.
Are they riding tubeless or tubular here?
They're all in tubeless, yeah. Back in the days, you know, when, like, let's say all the way till 2010-ish, 9, 8, there was a lot of tubulars involved in cross-country. Obviously, tubulars are the choice for cyclocross and sometimes on the road. But then, you know, tires really got better and better, especially when we had 29ers. So with 29ers, we had and we have more grip up in the front, so more, you know, more tire touching the terrain. So that's why then we swap. Everyone swapped from tubulars to tubeless. Yeah. And I mean, tubular means you have to glue the tire to the rim. It's easier to pinch flat, you know, now having all this rocky section in the World Cups. Funny to see, sorry if I keep talking and talking, but funny
That's
to
all
see
right. You go ahead,
how in this section, Licher always lose time. And you know why? It's because having a higher tire pressure in this fast corners, you know, especially if there's a bit less grip, then it's the risk to lose the front is high, and if you lose the front on a fast corner, well, you go down hard. That's why all the time you lose time here.
Yeah, and as we get to the technical section, as it slows down a bit, he'll get back onto that wheel of Ben Oliver. I'm very impressed by Oliver. He's taken control of this race from very early on and has continued that control. And only Thomas Licha can go with him, and I think Ben Oliver's looking comfortable. He's looking over his shoulder to see where the chase riders are. Both of them taking a bit of a drink again. Oliver a little bit longer.
Last but not least, if they come to a sprint finish, well, you know, a higher tire pressure, especially on these tight corners, is going to be tough to control. Huh? I mean, Licher has to drop the New Zealand guy before the last bit, because I think if Oliver wants to make an attack, as a, you know, in a braking point or an overtake on the outside, he has an advantage on tires at least.
This is David List, who's chasing. He's a five-time national champion.
Great ride by him.
Yeah, as under 23, he's doing really, really well. He's only 25 years of age, but, you know, as under 23, he's an absolutely stonking rider. And he's, I think, inch by inch, he might be closing the gap just a little bit. I'm not sure he's got enough time to reach the leading two, but he's certainly securing third place for himself at the moment. It'd be great if he could catch these two, but I'm not sure they're going to let him.
Yeah, not sure. Again, like we said a couple of laps ago, it's going to depend a lot on how they want to play, these two. You know, if they slow down a little bit, if Oliver decide to, you know, have the, you know, the Licher to help him a little bit, then, well, depends. If Licher wants to help, then there's a chance that that they're gonna be, you know, gone till the finish line. If not, well, we'll see. Because sometimes, you know, at some point you go mad. You know, you're like, can you give me a help? And then if you don't have any help, you go mad. You're like, okay, I stop. You know what? I stop.
Yeah,
I stop. I don't care.
I know exactly.
Because you know you are in pain. You know you're giving your best, and you're like, give me just one. Look at that. They're slowing down big time.
They are. I'm not really sure what's going on here. I'm not really sure why they'd want other riders to catch them at this point. They've worked so hard to get an advantage, and I'm just wondering. I mean, on the road, you would say perhaps Ben Oliver was thinking to himself, you know what, I don't see why I should do all this work. I'm doing all the work here. Licha's not helping me. Why am I doing all this work? I'll just wait and see if these other guys can come back. In the meantime, I can have a bit of a rest, put the frighteners on Licha, and then maybe I'll put the hammer down again. But I don't know, different here.
Yeah, different, but again and again and again. Licha is from Switzerland, and he knows how to play well the game. So, so I think he's waiting and spending less energy, and you know, he's playing smart. He's playing smart. Even though, you know, obviously, if you give a hand, is helpful for you as well. But I think Licha knows exactly that the guy in third position is not a challenge for him. So why, you know, think about your Licha. You know you're really fast in the sprint. You know you make a gap, you made a gap, and you know position 3 is, you know, really in the position to fight against you in the sprint. So you could also say, look, you know what? I'll wait on the wheel. I'll wait what happened. You know, you do the job, you spend the energy, and then in the end we see. This is what Licha is doing at the moment.
So going through Ben Oliver's mind, I imagine there is going, well, you know what? It's clear he's not going to come through and do much more work. We're just going to have to. I'm just going to sit here, and I'll just carry on plugging away. Well, I'm not sure whether, you know, Licha is great in the sprint. He's learned from the best. He's learned from Niklas Schürer. Even going further back than that, you know, going back through the whole Swiss gamut of riders, right back to Thomas, Frischnift, and that dynasty. They were, you know, the Swiss have always been absolutely fantastic at this sort of thing, and a great cyclocross tradition as well, which gives them this sort of speed advantage. But yeah, David List, well, he looked like he was making some ground. He doesn't look like he is anymore, so he's trying to secure his place in third.
Yeah, the thing is, at the first part of the race, which is the most rolling one, the guys that were like looking at each other, slowing down the pace, and of course he was making ground. But now they get into the technical section, and it doesn't matter if you're first or second, you can push, and no one, you know, if you're in the back wheel, you don't gain anything really. Yeah. So they push, because otherwise they just lose time, you know.
This is 4, 5, and 6, Avandato, Ethan Rose, and Fontana. Sorry.
No, I was just thinking about that. You know, we're not lucky with the weather today, but amateur has been lucky, because with this weather, they would have struggled big time, eh? Because, I mean, if the pros, they're struggling a bit with weather, with traction and everything, I mean, just imagine what would have happened yesterday.
I don't want to imagine it. Thank you. But so you can see that the some of these wooden sections, there is an alternative line around the outside they're allowed to take, because obviously wooden boards, log boards, just get very slippery.
Luckily, the rain stopped, and we have more traction now, but yeah.
Up the challenge climb again. Ben Oliver ahead of Licha. No slippage there for him this time around. Fastest rider up this particular slope of any category, amateur or professional, men and women's. Get €1,000 over the weekend. He looks tired now.
Yeah. You know, he's the only guy in the top, let's say, 10 that is by himself since 2 laps. And again, the wind plays. The wind plays part of the game. And it's not easy to stay just by yourself.
2 enemies of cycling. Wind and weight. Yeah, if you weigh too much or there's too much wind, then that's it. Yeah.
So true. But honestly, the wind is the worst. I mean, when the wind is strong, it's so tough. I mean, can be bad or can be good. Sometimes you go 50 k's an hour, you know, in the flat, you're like, man, I'm really strong. Yeah. I should register for TT World Champs.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Difficult on a course like this, though, because you're always turning into and out of the wind.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember doing a dinner once where I was invited, and I got up there early, and I went out on my bike and thought I'll do a couple of hours, and I thought I'm flying, I'm in really good shape. And then I turned around to go back and realized I'd had a tailwind blowing at about 40 kilometers an hour, and it took me forever to get back. I remember.
Interesting to see that also in the men's race. We're going to go all the way to the last lap, to see who's going to take the win and the big prize money. It's New Zealand and Switzerland up in the front.
the Swiss, this fantastic tradition at World Cup, World Championship level of this cross-country, shorter cross-country racing. And even further back, as I say, back to the Thomas Frischnichts and so forth, you know, just brilliant in the longer format races as well. And New Zealand, they've been, you know, a force in mountain biking for years and years now, but they've all come off a good season. They've come off their summer, their training season, and Ben Oliver's making the most of it. Just the 1 second separating him and Thomas Lichter of Switzerland. David List at 16 seconds and 36 back to Ethan Rose. He's with Simone Avandato and Filippo Fontana. And look, the sun has finally come out as we look over Abu Dhabi. That's the skyline you see from behind this complex, which is truly impressive, really. They have put so much time and effort behind making this an international standard park, and we have a world-class race here, an Olympic qualifying race. This will just get better and better over the years. It's newly made, it's newly planted, so it looks pretty raw. But the complex here is absolutely fantastic. They're wanting to bring top-level, absolutely top-level tennis here. They're going to build a velodrome, not only a velodrome with a track inside, but they're also going to build a second track on the roof. There's a huge, long 100-kilometer road circuit here. Ben Oliver putting the hammer down. What is happening to this day?
All the time, like we said before, in the last part of the race, Oliver was a bit stronger than Lichter. We don't know if it's about traction, if it's about, I don't know, shape or energy left, but Oliver is putting the hammer down.
That's the move. That's the move.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Scott Guy's in third. He's doing all right.
He's doing okay. I'd be happy with that. Mind you, I'd be happy with 73rd, to be fair.
Oliver having a little bit of a gap right now. And is pulling the trigger with 1 to go. In about 700-800 meters. It's going to go on the last lap. And he wants to make sure to be solo to the finish line.
Yeah, I think so. Ben Oliver's got a big advantage now. That's a good gap. Now, what's happened? Has Lichter blown?
Not sure. I didn't see any mistakes. I mean, we've seen, though, couple of mistakes from the Swiss, but not anymore. So I guess it's just about speed, shape, energy left. And let's see if David List from Germany can close the gap with Lichter for second position.
That is a big possibility. I mean, if Lichter has suddenly hit the wall, gone bang, you know, he can be caught by List. If List's got the energy there, obviously, he was looking hard.
We saw, you know, Bredot, we saw Flukiger also a little bit. Some of the guys just like pulling out or like struggling with speed. So we're going to see for sure. I mean, Oliver, as you said earlier in the day, he looked comfortable. He looked good and you know, kind of always in control. And look at that.
Yeah, perfect. Super smooth. Transition from sand to tarmac, just so smooth. Yeah, Lichter doesn't look as comfortable on it, on the transitions. No, the List is not going to catch him, I don't think, but even so.
I mean, we have to say that, you know, for the whole race, Lichter wasn't helping
Ben Oliver.
Ben Oliver, yeah. And maybe that's the reason why. I mean, he was kind of struggling a bit more.
Takes
flat out.
Yeah.
Look at the smile.
Well, yes. I don't think it's a smile. Yeah. We call it in English. We call it a grimace. It's
true.
Grit your teeth and go.
Look at this kid. He's doing all right, eh? Yeah. Only 25 seconds.
Yep, that's good. He may be looking up there going, hey, you know what?
I'm here.
It's Ethan Rose, Fontana, and Avandato. They've a nice little group of themselves. Oh, a bit of a stretch by Fontana. I tell you what, these guys are top athletes, and all of them have found it difficult today. This is a fast race.
Absolutely. This really gives you, like, you can understand how tough this race is. You know, sometimes we've been talking about, okay, it's a bit more too fast or rolling or on la, but all in all, look at those. You know, they're struggling and they're top athletes.
Yeah.
From all over the world, you know, Spain, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia. We see guys from, you know, Spain, like all over the place.
India, Mexico, Iran, we've got everybody. Kazakhstan, we've got everybody here.
And again, prize money is really big, and UCI points is really important. It's an Olympic year, and this, I mean, look at that. Look at the images. This is, you know, a place that really hosts sport in a good way, and I think, you know, it's growing more and more.
Yeah, he's pushing. He's pushing on. Ben Oliver is pushing on, but he's looking comfortable.
Yeah.
This man isn't.
Yeah.
Thomas Licher has, in some reason, blown. Maybe he had a little bit of a mistake. We didn't see it, but to me, he doesn't look very comfortable now. He looks like he's really gritting his teeth, digging in, and trying to stay as close to Ben Oliver as possible. But you see, he's as you say, he's manualing those jumps, whereas Ben Oliver is up straight over the top.
Yeah, kind of smooth, you know. Licher is just struggling, and yeah, Oliver, honestly, he's impressing me all the time, in control, riding smooth.
He's a former under 23 cross-country champion. Ben Oliver is the current Oceanic champion.
Which is pretty important, because I know a lot of guys racing Oceanic Championship. It is like a proper race, you know. It's not just like one of these titles that, you know, they you can gain, but it's really they really want it, you know. They really want it. Anton Cooper, for example, another New Zealand rider from Track Factory Racing. We mentioned before, you know, the other team of Track, the international factory racing team, with Vlad as well, Red Bull helmet.
I have to say, Ben Oliver just looks so smooth. Technically, he's been flawless today. He's not put a wheel wrong, has he?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we kind of, you know, because we didn't really mention it, but we had a lot of rain, like in the morning.
Yeah.
The girls had a different terrain, a bit more slick, a bit more slippy. The guys started out with a kind of 50-50 terrain, where now it looks more dry, it looks faster, it looks easier to ride. And I think Oliver, we didn't see him at the beginning of the race, kind of not doing any mistake or push or something. And now, you know, the track went faster and faster, and it just, you know, improved lap by lap and just rode smooth.
That's interesting. He's just flying over these rock sections as well. They'll all be drying out, as will the log sections. And look at him. Licher is just, he's just digging in now. You can see in the whole way he's holding his body. He's sort of hunched over the bars now. His body's tense, unlike Ben Oliver, who's really sort of nice and flowing. And David List is not going to catch him, but he's doing well.
Yeah, I think he gained some time. Pretty confident on that. Because he was 7 seconds back, Ben Oliver and Licher, and 26 back. So 20 seconds was the gap between second and third. I think it's smaller now. I guess around 10 or something.
Well, that'll be interesting. We've still got a bit to go. This is lap 7 of 7. Look at that. He looks like he's on a Sunday ride now.
Yeah. And now went also all the way to that section which they didn't rode before in the wet. Nice smooth up. Now this hill. Last time around the Hero Challenge, this steep climb.
Takes as far up the berm as possible, gets as much speed to shotgun himself down into it. Up he goes. Oh, yes, he wants the money. He wants the money.
I love it.
Show me the money.
I love it. 20 is not enough. I go for 21. Love it. Now look at the difference between the two now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was 7, now it's 17.
Struggle. 17 seconds, and let's see how far back David List is now. He's coming into this section. Well, we're going to miss him. There he is.
Yeah, he gained some sort of 5.
Hey, it's not so bad. 15, 16, no, less than that.
Yeah.
12, 13
He's doing
seconds.
really good.
Ooh, it's going to be tight.
Yeah.
You know, he could. I didn't think he was going to catch him, but he could. He could if he goes flat out. And what's he got to lose?
Nothing.
Nothing. The fourth place guy's not going to catch him. Just go.
Sure. And, you know, we mention a lot the road just because of this fast rolling course. You know, when you come from the back, always is, you know, it's easier to make the gap, you know?
Yeah. You've got something to chase. You've got something to see. And, as we mentioned before, there's a lot of prize money on offer here.
That's why they're fighting for position 4.
Yeah,
4, 5, and 6.
That's
It's interesting one.
As our lead up from our drone onto the bridge section. Ben Oliver of New Zealand, current Oceanic champion.
I was thinking about that. We had an Australian winner in the girls, and now we're looking for a New Zealand winner in the boys.
Yep. This goes to show they've come off their summer. They're always hard competitors. Oh, so smooth.
Flying
so
long and smooth, yeah.
Really great.
I'm glad to see spectators on the side of the race because, you know, seeing such a smooth ride and race by Ben Oliver, you know, just tells you if you are like an amateur, you know, racing and riding, mountain biking, and when you see such a beautiful action, you know, it's always nice. You know, you're like, okay, this is how they do it.
Oh, he's not going to get the 1,000 though. The Swiss are getting their revenge.
He was waiting the last lap to do so. Love it.
He got the fastest at Roog, that is. Got the fastest ascent on lap 2, and now he's taking it back again on the last lap. There we go. Ben Oliver just gliding over these obstacles. The New Zealander, the Oceanic champion, he is going to take an absolutely emphatic victory. 28 years of age now. Second place, we think, is going to go to Thomas Leach, who's sat on his wheel for such a long time, the Lapierre Mavic Unity rider. He's a bronze medalist in the World Championships back in 22. But super experienced rider. He's been in the shadow of some very great riders for quite a while, but time to shine.
Yeah.
Not today, though, unfortunately.
Not today. I mean, shine in second, but not for gold. No. Not for gold. Yeah, as you said, Switzerland has so many big names. You know, Nino Schurter, Matthias Flukiger, and so on. So not an easy one.
No, it's not easy at all.
To be Swiss, you know, to go to Olympics or World Champs, but Licher has been one of the best in his country.
I think he looks a bit more comfortable again. Maybe he's got a little bit more of his energy back.
Look. He's not going to catch him, but he catched up again some seconds. I think it's less than 10.
It's possible. Licher looking a little less hunched over the bike than he was. Perhaps he's got... It does happen sometimes. You know, sometimes you're just going full gas. You're going at 101%. And that's just too much.
Yeah.
And then you can throttle back a little bit and recuperate. Even at this speed, you get a little bit of recovery in some sort of way.
I love these guys that cannot hold the speed with the leader.
Right. Please, slow down.
Yeah. No way. Look at how he flies, you know.
Yeah.
Oliver, one gone.
It's a hard job following the camera bike.
Yeah.
Don't try this at home, folks. Ben Oliver just...
Grande gara.
Here we go then. It's coming into the final curves, the final turns of this inaugural HERO Abu Dhabi Hudayriyat Island. Ben Oliver of New Zealand, the Oceanic champion. He's looked super calm all the way through. This is going to be a super victory. Love it. He's raced brilliantly. He's ridden literally all the opposition off his wheel. Here we go. Victory and 20,000 euros and 60 qualifying points for the Olympics go to Ben Oliver of New Zealand. What a masterful race.
Fantastic.
That's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant. We'll love to see the ride of Ben Oliver. And now, second place finisher from Switzerland.
This is Thomas Licher, 35 years of age, the Lapierre Mavic Unity rider. makes his way out of the final turn to take second. He'll be slightly disappointed, but to be honest, he was just ridden off the wheel. That was the way of it. Takes second place. And congratulates Ben Oliver. That's a great race for the third place main. David List from Germany. And he wasn't that far behind after all. As you said, Marco, he almost got there. But at third place on the podium. Great race for the youngster.
Absolutely, on a Scott Bikes. In third. So we have 3 different nations, first, second, and third. And now we're going to see the fight for position 4. It's going to go to another New Zealand guy.
Ethan Rose. Well, Ethan Rose took a lot of, put a lot of energy into it early on.
Avondato and then
yeah.
Filippo Fontana. Great race from the Italian that are a minute back. It's a long way back, eh?
Yeah, that is.
Just imagine how tough is this race.
Yeah.
And again, another sprint, I guess. Another sprint for position 7 goes to...
Difficult to see.
McConnell, Breidot. Philip Boyce.
Van Zyl takes second, the South African. From McConnell, Daniele Breidot. And Solvio.
And slowly, Lucas Flukiger to the finish. And another Italian to make a small amount of points. Nadir Koledani, first of the Santa Cruz Rock Shots team, which... Nice one.
Get in there. Get in there.
You know, I told you at first, the big fight is for position, 20 or something.
Always.
And let's see the finish line. It's going to be interesting to see if someone comes out sideways from the last corner. It's a sprint finish for position 15, last point.
The last point. Oh no, we're going to Matt Wilson.
Again.
Yep. New Zealand doing a great race.
Yeah.
The Santa Cruz team, I think, have been a little bit disappointed this time around, unfortunately.
Absolutely. They did well on the girls, but really not on point, and we didn't know what happened. We don't know yet what happened to Luca Breidot, but we know he pulled out. We saw some images. He pulled out of the race, mid-race, roughly. Ish.
Yeah.
So
he looked like he was suffering after sort of lap 2, lap to lap 3. He sort of dropped a big amount, and maybe there was something physical.
Yeah.
But yeah. There we go. That's our winner, Ben Oliver, just hanging around talking to Thomas Licha. Second place, man.
Guys, move out of the picture, please. Guys, move out of the picture. Thank you.
Confirmation of the result then. Ben Oliver of New Zealand in 1 hour 17:43. Thomas Licha 28 seconds back on him. But only 12 seconds down from him was David List of Germany. Great ride by him. Ethan Rose pulling it out of the bag to get 4th spot. Simone Avondato, Filippo Fontana, Johan von Zyl takes a 7th spot. Moving down, the last of the points go to Matt Wilson. 2 minutes and 24 seconds down to 15th place. Long way down. Gustav Pedersen made a lot of the early running, 20th overall in the end. First of our hardtail riders, a 12th spot, I think, there.
But this really tells you a lot about the race. We thought, I knew it, you knew it, but maybe someone thought, okay, it's going to be an easy race. It is not. I mean, look at the gaps. Gaps were big, eh?
Yeah.
Gaps were big.
Yeah, the gaps were very big. Some tired legs there.
Yeah, Peter Fagerhout from Norway.
Yeah.
Is a newbie into their Santa Cruz structure team. But the gaps were really big. Actually, bigger than girls.
Yeah. It reminded me, we were talking about the girls looked like a criterium race. This to me looked more like a cyclocross race. Little gap, 2 there, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. Brilliant ride by Ben Oliver. It's so understated, isn't it, that New Zealand shirt? Just a white thing with a bit of fern on the back,
Yeah. I think shortly we'll see Peter Sagan crossing the finish line. I hope we're going to get some images because Peter hold on tight for the whole race. And
we've just seen him cross the line here, haven't we, in front of our commentary box. Looking tired, I have to say. Looking very tired. But, he hung in there. You didn't pull out. There are plenty of champions in the past you've seen try and do a race and they get tailed off and then they pull out.
Absolutely. I mean, he needed to, you know, he needs to keep racing, making points, making experience, making, you know, your legs tough and tired, like you used to, but in a different way. And if you don't do so, I mean, you're never gonna, you know, get better and better. Here we go, Peter Sagan.
Oh my word! He looks very tired indeed.
Yeah,
that's. I can see that in his. That's the same look I saw when I met him when he was 19. It's like, what the hell? And yeah, he's getting used to that.
I mean, we saw him.
I think we have the winner coming up now. I think we've managed to grab Ben Oliver at the line.
Well, on Friday after the short track had finished, I spoke to this man and he was disappointed because he said I could have won that. Ben Oliver, you have won the XCO race here at HERO Abu Dhabi. You have smashed it. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel unreal. I came here thinking I might have a shot at winning and super impressed with the course here. Absolutely loved it and just put my head down and just went as hard as I could.
And I mean, New Zealand, it's a tiny country, but my goodness, you keep producing some of the best mountain bikers in the world. Commonwealth Games, you got the silver, but is this your biggest ever result, do you think?
Yeah, probably on the world stage. The riders that are here, like, it's a mini World Cup, really, so to be able to ride away from that group of riders, just super awesome way to start the year and kind of sets me up to do some more mountain biking this year.
And we know you've got a fast finish, but was it in your mind maybe from Friday that I don't want to leave this to a sprint, I want to just smash it?
Oh, the first 2 laps today, it was just like people were trying to take each other's wheel. I was like, I'll test them, see if I go harder, see what happens, and rode away with Litcher, and it's like, this is much more in control, in my favour, and just keep riding away, so it was unreal.
And are you maybe throwing your hat in the ring for Paris?
I mean, obviously, give it a nudge. We've got some pretty good Kiwis with Anton and Sam, but love to put my name in the hat too, and yeah, see what happens in the next few months.
And lastly, a word for Ethan and Matt. The boys have all delivered. What a great weekend for New Zealand.
Yeah, what a wicked trip to Abu Dhabi. I mean, even didn't really matter what the result was. It was still a wicked trip, and for me and Ethan to get top 5, I think, and Matt not too far behind, like, what a way to end the trip.
So has it been your first time here?
Yeah, first time, and yeah, it's really lived up to expectations. It's an unreal spot, and I definitely hope to come back in the future.
Coming back as defending champion. So congratulations to you, Ben Oliver. You're XCO men's champion here at HERO Abu Dhabi.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
Woohoo!
Throw his hat in the ring for Olympic selection. I think he's done so today. That was super smooth.
You know what? What I love about Kiwis, first of all, they feel the community. You know what? You know, he spoke about his race, and then straight away he spoke about his mate. You know, and the whole, you know, and Sam Gaze and Anton Cooper, and it's cool. And then he also said, "I love the course." He didn't say, "Yeah, it's nice." Those Kiwis are super pumped about mountain biking. I love it. You know, I love this vibe and feeling they have.
It's fantastic. I think we've got Litcher now. Let's see how the Swiss feels after being put in second place.
Well, we're joined now by our bronze medalist here at HERO Abu Dhabi, David List of the Lexware mountain bike team. David, you've got to be pleased with that result.
Yeah, of course. It was the first race of the season. So you always not know where you stand, and I'm happy with my race. So in the second lap, where the tempo got higher, I was a little bit in the back, and then I had to chase hard to come back. But yeah, it was a good one for the first race.
And even though we switched to European weather for today, still enjoyed yourself out here in Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, of course. So in Germany we have like 0 degrees and snow or rain, and like 18 degrees and rain. It's not that hard. Also, I didn't expect it this year. It was super fun to race.
Oh, congratulations to you. Bronze medal. We'll see you on the podium, and the best of luck for this season.
Yeah, thank you, and also thank you for the event and everything around.
Yeah,
thank you, and also thank you for the event and everything around.
apologies. I thought it was going to be Thomas Lichter, but it was David List. Oh, I tell you what, that was a great ride by the youngster. I mean, he doesn't look old enough to race, does he?
Yeah.
Surely he's
kind of chill.
He's still in short trousers and still at primary school, I think. You know, very young.
Yeah.
Very impressive skyline over Abu Dhabi. They are putting a huge amount of effort here, all the way. Every time we've seen the shots here, you see all these trucks going backwards and forwards. On this side of Abu Dhabi, they're building a whole new part of the city, terracing it, putting lots of greenery in. It's going to be quite spectacular when they finish it. There's over 2,000 trucks building it, and they're building big artificial hills as well, which they're going to terrace for and put villas on. There's one in the background that they're building at the moment. That has come from nothing and has been man-made.
Incredible. If you don't come here, really, you don't understand how it feels like, you know, to stay here, to be here, to live here. I spoke the other day with one of Wolfie's guy. One of these, the bike shop is just next corner. They import the Colnago and Scott, and he said, I come from South Africa, and you know what? Living here is really nice. I love living here, and you know, you spend a lot of quality time just you know, staying here, doing sports work is good. It's good life, and the vibe of, you know, the environment. There's a lot of green, you know, a lot of good handmade stuff. It's not just like buildings and buildings. You know, there's a lot of green, a lot of you know, obviously the sea and everything.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed the men's elite race here, the XCO, the Olympic qualifying race, the first of what we hope will be many hero races here. HERO Abu Dhabi, Hudayriyat Island. And it turned out to be a spectacularly fast and flowing race, won by Ben Oliver of New Zealand, ahead of Thomas Lichter of Switzerland and David List of Germany. Super fast, super entertaining on this 5.4 kilometer circuit. My name's David Reeve. I hope you've enjoyed our commentary. Thank you very much to multiple national champion and Olympic bronze medalist Marco Fontana, who's been next to me. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Grazie mille, David. I did enjoy, and thank you very much for, you know, commentating this one with me. It's been a pleasure, and what a race for the first one, eh?
It's been a fantastic race. We hope we'll be back here for many years in the future. They certainly wanted to make it a regular fixture. That man goes away with 60 points towards the Olympic qualifying for his country. 20,000 euros in the bank. And for me, it's been an absolute pleasure. Goodbye for now. I hope you've enjoyed it. Carry on following us at the Hero Series. Next, we'll be in the Dolomites for the Mountain Marathon in June. Bye for now.
Ciao a tutti. Cheers, everyone.
recap, the award ceremony will be for Elite and U23 XCO and XCC. So, if we can ensure that we've got our top 3 riders from the XCC on Friday, we also need our top 5 riders from this morning in the women's top 5 from the race that's just finished. And also we need Ana Santos of Portugal. If you can make your way over to the stage please as well, Ana, as our leading under 22 world